Towards Navarro Sabalenka here in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, well, good evening, Mike, and good evening to the whole team. Excited to be a small part of this one with you guys courtside and just here inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. What an event this is for women's tennis and for American women's tennis tonight, Mike. The vibe is vibing inside Arthur Ashe Stadium, I can tell you. Just about maybe 40% full. So the late arriving New York crowd, they stay consistent. But as I was walking down the hall, a young woman, her name is Judah, she's going to do the coin toss. She is in a wheelchair, and her face is as bright as these Arthur Ashe Stadium lights. She just practiced the coin toss with chair umpire Luis Azamar Engzel, and she's ready to go, feeling pretty ready to go courtside. Also taking a look up at the Navarro box. Mr. Navarro, Ben Navarro, he's been very involved in tennis, owns events now in Charleston and Cincinnati. You know, Mike, I remember interviewing him for Charleston about 7 years ago when he first got involved with that event. And kind of off topic, he goes, oh, well, I also have a 17, 16-year-old daughter. Her name's Emma, and she is the hardest working person I know. And at that point, I was kind of like, okay, you know, good anecdote for dad to work in, and he's a new tournament owner, and, you know, want to feel personable. And here's that 17-year-old now has actualized her talent. Emma Navarro has had an incredible last 2 years, and I can tell you the Navarro box is pretty full. Still waiting for perhaps a few more arrivals into the Sabalenka box, but we've got DJ Triz is courtside. And guys, I haven't looked at the celebrity list just yet, but once I do, I see Billie Jean King. She's easy to spot in the boxes. But once I check out the celebrity list, you know I'm going to be that guy in the second row who's turning all the way around, turning up and looking at the Emirates box. I'm looking at the Cadillac box at Dobell. I'm going to tell you the glitz and the glam. They've really shown out for this U.S. Open, and I can't wait to see these four women do battle tonight with you guys.
Well, Nick, we're here in our beautiful studio here next to the U.S. Open American Express fan experience, and trust me, they are coming. People are moving so fast.
Are they?
Yes, and also they got a bunch of honeydeuces that they're carrying.
They sure do. The honeydeuces are flowing courtside. I see some champagne. We've got a couple classic Heinekens nearby, so boozing and cruising, ready to roll here. And I just think this is such a cool, all the slams do their scheduling differently. Thursday night is women's semifinals here. I'm seeing Billie Jean take photos with some lucky women up in their suite. It's just a cool moment for our sport. We do women's tennis better than anyone because it's our sport, but I just think this showcases the women so well. And this New York crowd, it's felt different this U.S. Open. We've really leveled up. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, thank you so much, Nick. Zena, we have about a minute until our interviews here. Talk us through the nerves that Emma Navarro is certainly going to be experiencing right now.
Well, most of the time you do want to feel nervous. You just don't want to be so nervous where you can't hit the ball. But I always say nerves are good, because then that means that you're in it. You want to try to win. You want to do your best and play the best. And so she's probably very nervous, and she also is probably very hyped. And like Nick just said, it's nothing like playing here and with the New York crowd and knowing that they're going to be behind you. And I love the fact, like, she's owning up also that she was born here. Mm-hmm. So now she has even more, she's invested herself into this city as well.
Yeah, and her grandmother driving from Connecticut to be able to watch, just an incredible experience. As you heard, Dad is there as well. A lot of the coaches from the LTP Tennis Academy down in Charleston have made the trip up, and let's hear from Emma Navarro.
It's the first time in 21 years that 4 Americans are in the semifinals of the U.S. Open, 2 men, 2 women. How does it feel as you lead the way out there onto Ashe?
So surreal. It may be something in the water at the Olympics this year. So cool to be able to compete alongside my fellow Americans and be here in the U.S. playing in front of the American fans. It's amazing.
What are some of the things you can do to counteract the power from Sabalenka?
Yeah, I think, you know, push back against it and try to send a message from the beginning and, you know, play an aggressive game off the ground and serve big, return big, and, yeah, just push back against it.
Go enjoy yourself. We're looking forward to it. Thanks so much. And, of course, her opponent tonight, Aryna Sabalenka. You've already won 2 hardcourt majors, and this is your 4th straight U.S. Open semifinal. How does that experience help you tonight?
Well, I think that experience definitely gonna help me some ways, but I prefer to focus on, you know, on myself, not expect that experience to help me to win this match today, and I'll try to do my best and fight for every point to get this win.
What does Emma Navarro do on the court that can be so challenging?
A lot of things. She's moving really well. She's playing smart tennis, and we play 2 really tough, tight matches against each other. So she's a great player, and really looking forward to play her tonight.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
All right, so Pam Shriver doing the interviews in the hallway. Now the 2 competitors ready to head out onto court through the hallway. Emma Navarro to be introduced first to this U.S. crowd here.
New York, it's time to welcome the players for our first semifinal. From the United States, Emma Navarro. And the number 2 seed, Aryna Sabalenka.
My friend Blair Henley doing the introductions, which on top of it, I think is another thing that the USTA has done incredibly well, getting Blair up there as one of the 2 voices inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. That matters a lot. As I have a daughter, and I've got to introduce her to Blair this year, and I was just so happy to get to do so because that representation matters inside that stadium, you know?
It definitely, and with Blair's voice, I mean, it just seems like, you know, it's just, she just gets us ready, and that's just going to be awesome.
Well, let's talk a little bit about stylistically, what these 2 are going to try to do today. Maka, let's start with you with Sabalenka in particular. What do you expect to see her do, especially in these first couple of games, to really impose herself early in this match?
Well, like against everybody, she is going to try to impose herself on her opponent. I think she has a healthy respect for Emma, obviously, which is a good thing for her because she does not want to underestimate anybody at this stage of the tournament. So even though she believes I'm the favorite, you know, I'm the person to win this tournament, I think she knows Emma's really, really formidable, and she knows she's going to have to bring it.
A nice moment here at the coin toss as well, just waiting to take an extra couple of pictures, and then we're going to hit our coin toss here with our young volunteer.
Thank you. Same conditions, if you can be red for the towels. If you can be white for the towels, please. Reminder, you have the time for the serve clock here. Questions? No? You wanted to ask Emma? Heads. Can you flip the coin, please?
All right, let's see how that practice paid off.
Tails.
Great coin toss.
Serve. Have a good match.
So Aryna Sabalenka choosing to serve here. And on the other side, Zina, Emma Navarro, this is the 3rd time she's played Aryna Sabalenka. She pipped her at Indian Wells this year, 6-2 in the 3rd, before obviously a tougher match at Roland Garros with Sabalenka winning that one 2-3. What are the keys for Navarro? Obviously that incredible movement that she has and just so dynamic with her forehand and the ability to finish with the backhand. What do those first 4 or 5 games look like for you in terms of what would be a great start for Emma Navarro?
I think she said it. She got to stay with it, and she's got to be aggressive. And she knows that she also has to serve well. So I think a good start is going to be really big for her.
Yeah, because those type of things, when it is your first semifinal at the highest level, right? If those first couple of games go away from you, you could suddenly be on the wrong end of a 6-1 pretty quickly.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, Emma's has such poise and grit. I just haven't seen her blink yet in this recent history. So, yeah, who knows how the start will go, but I do not see this young lady being phased by anything. Like, so she will, well, whatever the start is, she's going to hang in there. She's going to keep believing. There's just no breaking point for this young lady. She's amazing. I thought that her comments in the pre-game with Pam are interesting. She said she needs to push back. So I think that that might be a precursor to some aggressive second serve returning, perhaps, if Arena misses some first serves. We'll see, but I feel like she's just not going to try to let Arena dictate play. I think that's what she was alluding to there. I'm going to impose myself too.
I also thought, I'm sorry, when she said push back, I took it as part as to absorb the pace. That's what I was thinking when she was saying push back. So.
She also talked about how much development she's made in terms of just being able to sustain longer rallies. That idea was when she came out 22, in fact, she lost her first 11 against the top 50 because of the fact that once that point got longer than 5, 6, 7 shots, she just kept getting pushed back. How does a player learn to just kind of extend themselves and have that pace and power later in rallies?
Well, I would like to ask David this for anything, is that it's just when someone first comes out, they always think that they have to play better, like they try to overplay. And so how do you deal with the coach? Because I know for me, I learned my coach was like, go out there, play your game. So I was never worried about trying to play someone else's game, but
well, I think she's just got an amazing coach, Peter Ayres.
Yeah.
He's just dialed in, and you just don't see Emma Navarro giving up ground on the court unnecessarily.
Yeah.
She plays defense when she has to, but in general, she's close-ish to the baseline, trying to be the dictator in the point. You just don't see her getting pushed around very much out there. So it's just a sign of confidence. It's a sign she has presence out there that you can feel. It's palpable.
And she's a great athlete. She's a really good athlete.
Sabalenka, last couple of serves for her. One thing she's been talking about in press is just two things that have really improved for her since last year's final. The idea of more variety, transitioning more, moving to the net a lot more, but also just having the people around her. Obviously, Anton Dobrov, who her coach, has been such an incredible presence. Her biomechanics coach, who kind of helped fix that serve 2 years ago, is there as well. But how important is it to have that big structure around you so you're just in a better spot mentally when you hit the court?
Yeah, I think she's had a lot of things that have gone on off the court for her, and I just couldn't even imagine with her ex-boyfriend, death is, but the way she kind of just has been dealing with that. I mean, and I still go back to it a couple of years ago when she could not hit a serve over the net. I think she's an extremely strong, resilient person that is very willing to see things the way they are. Most tennis players don't like to see the truth in front of them, and she doesn't mind correcting it.
Yeah, and she's just so strong on the court as well. That pace that she brings, just where do you rank her in terms of just what she brings power-wise to the sport?
Wow, she's right up there. I mean, her work ethic is excellent too. Like, she practices so hard with just 100% intensity every time on every shot she plays. You know when you're practicing in the vicinity of Arena Sabalenka. You can be 5 or 6 courts away on the practice courts, and you know when Arena's practicing, because there's a ferocious effort grunt in every shot, no matter what. So
when you're watching her, so
yes,
that's good. She practices like she plays.
Absolutely.
And she brings it on TikTok as well. Just the group sessions that she has, always really enjoyable, but now it is competition time. We are ready to begin the first of our 2 women's semifinals. Arena Sabalenka elected to serve. Going to be very interesting, and Nick McCarville will join us here after this first game to walk us through what to expect from this crowd. A New York-born American in Emma Navarro taking on Arena Sabalenka. Sabalenka in the night black Nike outfit from the far side. We're ready for play here in New York on a Thursday night. Serve from Sabalenka. It's good to a Navarro forehand middle. Sabalenka backhand cross. Navarro backhand cross. Sabalenka backhand middle. Navarro digs that out, but it's into the net. It's 15 love.
15 love.
Nice clean first return for Emma, though. Like, it'll be important for her to feel like she can get the first serve of Arena Sabalenka back more often than not. That will be critical to her chances.
Sabalenka 26-6 here in New York. Serve good. Lob return's going to be short. Sabalenka up to the net. Finishes that one cleanly into the ad corner. It's 30 love.
Yes, Sabalenka did a great job there. That was an excellent pronation out onto the backhand side of Navarro. And then what she does is what she does well. She follows up. She's looking for that next shot. A great 1-2 punch. That overhead was beautiful.
30 love. Navarro return position about 6 to 8 feet behind the baseline for the first serve. Now let's take a look at a second as that first one misses long. She's right on top of the baseline, maybe about 6 inches behind it or so. Second serve for Sabalenka into the net. That is a little bit nervy.
Well, I think Emma shows her intentions right there. By the time the contact was made with the serve, she was 3-4 feet inside the baseline.
You noticed that jump,
yeah, right away. I mean, this is just something that we coaches are always focused on. What are we going to do on second serve return? How aggressive are we going to be? And I think she made her intentions very clear on that second serve.
Forehand return from Navarro misses long, and it was also notable to see the entire Sabalenka box after that double fault, knowing the history, everybody applauding, everybody just wanting to get her refocused so that doesn't start to become a part of tonight's matchup. Game points here for Sabalenka. Serve T good is an ace for Aryna Sabalenka. Nice hold to start here. It's 1-love. And Nick McCarville is courtside here, and just walk us through your thoughts about that opening game here for Aryna Sabalenka, Nick.
Yeah, good start from Sabalenka there, Mike. You asked about the crowd earlier. You mentioned it. I'm not sure if Emma's going to have them at least to start. A lot of cheers for Sabalenka, who's into her 4th consecutive U.S. Open semifinal. And Zina mentioned it. She's someone that's a truth sayer, Sabalenka, and she knows that this is a tournament that perhaps she should have won by now, guys. We remember the final last year against Coco. Just wonder if there's a little bit of scar tissue, Mike, for her to play through tonight. Let's see how Emma Navarro goes. But that was a good opening start for Sabalenka.
Navarro serving from the far side, misses her first serve just long, trying to go backhand body. It's a cream-colored kit for Navarro here tonight. Second serve for Emma. Good to a Sabalenka backhand up the line. Navarro digs out a backhand short. Sabalenka backhand into the deuce corner for love 15.
Yeah, and Sabalenka does a great job there, taking that serve back down to Navarro's backhand. Just beautiful balance there. And what she does, as I said before, takes advantage of that second shot, just comes in and rolls that backhand down the line for a winner.
At love 15, 3 minutes in. Serve good. Navarro goes back in up the line. Navarro forehand. Sabalenka forehand inside out. It's going to miss long. It's not all. These first games are so crucial, aren't they?
Well, and the whole match, first serve percentage is going to be huge too, because Aryna Sabalenka's a lot like Serena used to play. If you missed your first serve to Serena, good luck, because she was going to punish you wherever you popped that second serve. So I think both players are going to take that mentality.
Chip return. Navarro stepping into a forehand inside out, misses it way long. That felt nervy as well as that forehand sails on.
Yeah, that was definitely a nervous shot there by Navarro. She hit an excellent serve down the tee. The forehand was actually set up for her, just literally, as my coach would say, keep your eyes on the ball. She took her eye off the ball on that one.
So stepping into it here at 15:30 is Navarro. Serve, trying to go body once again. That is a popular serve against Aryna Sabalenka. Misses it long. Second serve here for the 13 seed. Serve is good to a Sabalenka back in middle. Navarro forehand to a Sabalenka forehand cross. That's going to be pulled wide, and that's a very aggressive second serve.
Fantastic second serve. I mean, she handcuffed her. I mean, John Isner would have been proud of that one. Right in the backhand hip. It was hard for Aryna to get full power on that. And that gave Emma a fighting chance in the point. She's going to need second serves like that to avoid being on the defensive right out of the gates.
99-mile-per-hour serve for her on the first. Goes forehand up the line. Now has a forehand. Goes cross court with it. Does Navarro. Sabalenka tracks it down. Navarro forehand goes middle. Sabalenka backhand cross. Slice from Navarro. Sabalenka stepping into a backhand up the line. And Navarro can't track it down. Break chance early here for Aryna Sabalenka.
Yeah, that was a great job of Navarro trying to make something happen, trying to get Sabalenka on the run. But Sabalenka, what she has improved on is that ball that comes right down the middle of her to get it out of her body, and then it allowed her to hit the next backhand down the line. Normally she has trouble with that ball coming right straight down the middle.
Serving to the body forehand, Sabalenka. Navarro has to roll a forehand. Sabalenka inside out forehand, dug out by Navarro. Now Navarro has a backhand cross. Sabalenka backhand middle. Navarro run around forehand inside out is into the net. 2-love. Arina Sabalenka with a break here early.
Super sharp footwork from Sabalenka there. The 30-all point, the shot that she won the point was a backhand down the line off a slice backhand, and she transferred her weight into the shot rather than allowing the slice to play her. That's a sign of a confident player when you're moving to the ball, generating pace with your footwork rather than your backswings.
I would totally agree, not moving backwards.
So Arina Sabalenka, this is kind of that dream scenario for her, playing big early. 2-love, serve from the near side, good. It's an ace for Sabalenka for 15-love.
Sabalenka did a great job of just getting all the way on the outside of that ball. That ball just kept tailing off. Navarro had no opportunity to even look at that, but look at it just by.
2 aces already, 103 on that serve. Tries to go T, misses long.
Once again, Emma's inside the baseline, or threatening to come inside the baseline on second serve.
World number 2 with this second serve. That's good to a Navarro forehand. Up the line, return winner for Emma Navarro for 15-all.
Well, Dave, I like that. I know you like it. She was so far inside, she had the opportunity to catch that ball before it got up, and she just laced that forehand right back down the line. That's what she was saying. She needs to be aggressive, especially on second serve. Have that opportunity, you got to take it.
15-all serve for Sabalenka into the net. She is 0 for 2 so far on her second serves. 1 double fault, 1 return winner. So certainly going to feel some pressure on it early. Takes an extra couple seconds here before this second serve. She is long. It's a second double fault here for Arina Sabalenka.
Well, it's been a tale of whether you make a first serve or a second serve. That's been dictated who's won the point. Arina's hit some tremendous spots on first serve. Not only powerful, but so short and wide in the box. They've been completely untouchable. But Emma's establishing herself on second serve return. She's pushing back, as she said.
15-30 serve up the tee, misses long, and Sabalenka looking at her team. And despite this 2-love lead, looks a little bit distracted here. Another second serve, which could be an adventure for Arina Sabalenka at 15-30. That's good to a forehand Navarro through the middle. Sabalenka forehand misses long. Emma Navarro, to the crowd's delight, 2 break chances.
Emma is doing a great job of just jumping all over that second serve. That's not an easy second serve because Sabalenka is putting some pace behind there. But Emma's timing right now on that second serve, and that, if it's not working right now, it's going to work later because she's going to start, because Sabalenka will start thinking about that in pressure situations.
So 15-40, Sabalenka about 6 feet to the right of the center hash. Her serve at 15-40 is going to be a let. 5 of 5 on first serve, 0 for 4 on second serves so far for Arina Sabalenka. 2-love, 15-40, 8 minutes in here. First of our 2 semifinals. First serve, good up the tee for an ace. Her third already on the night for 30-40.
Just another fantastic spot. I don't think it would be a terrible idea for Emma to play Medvedev deep on the first serve, just to try and change Arina's perspective, try to get her to go for a little too much perhaps. But then I love her tactics of getting up on that second serve.
This first serve at 30-40 is good to a Navarro forehand up the line. Sabalenka forehand cross. Navarro goes forehand middle. Sabalenka backhand middle is missed long, so we trade breaks. Navarro on the board at 2-1, favor of Sabalenka, so we are on serve. I want to talk a little bit about the double faults, 2 of them here from Sabalenka. We all know that it theoretically has been a thing of the past, the yips, but that scar tissue is still there, isn't it? From a coach's perspective, Macca, how do you, when you see your player do that early, you know the history, how do you kind of flip that mindset?
Well, this is something that Peter Ayres is looking for. Like he's thinking, how can we hurt Arina Sabalenka? How we can get to her? And if exposed some scar tissue there by attacking second serve. Beautiful technique and footwork from Emma Navarro. The backswings were short, the steps were crystal clear and sharp, and she was able to get beautiful timing on those returns. Got the ball back on her opponent quickly, and that is going to build pressure. If Aryna feels like, if I miss the first serve, I'm going to get punished, that impacts the first serve freedom.
Well, Sabalenka is a top player.
Yes.
She's had the problems. The people know that she's had the problems. The way that Emma went after those second serves right there, and even that one that she hit just for a clear winner, trust me, Sabalenka is thinking about that. She is not going to want that to happen too many times.
And she wouldn't have many players do that to her. Right. I think that's the point, is that she's got a quality second serve. It would be easy to just sort of play it as a neutral shot and start the point 50-50, but clearly Peter Ayres and Emma Navarro have come out with a plan that we have got to attack that second serve, try and rattle our opponent, try and make her uncomfortable. And
great to see her, stay on that even keel after a couple of nervy moments getting broken there, to just immediately bounce back. Kind of shows the grit, the determination of Emma Navarro, who's settling into her second service game of the night, serving from the near side at 1-2. Serve is good to a Sabalenka backhand. Navarro forehand inside out. Sabalenka tracks it down, goes short with the backhand. Navarro even better angle, lob. Sabalenka, Navarro puts that away into the deuce corner. That's some imagination. That angle off the backhand wing for Emma Navarro.
And that was that shot, that backhand cross court that she hit, the angle that she got out of it was simply superb. But what I like the most is she got up there so quick that she gave herself opportunity to hit wherever she wanted to hit. Her first step is extremely quick.
15 love, serve good. Sabalenka backhand with some pace. Navarro matches it. Lob again from Sabalenka. Navarro up for it. Puts that forehand into the ad corner. It's 30 love.
That was just a fearsome return from Aryna Sabalenka. That ball got back on Emma Navarro so fast, but she just sunk down, got so low to the ground that she was able to absorb it and then redirect it into a good spot, and ended up winning the point with a great inside-out forehand. Fantastic job moving from Emma Navarro.
She's got it here at 30 love. Serve for Navarro, good out wide. Gets a backhand inside out. Now she has to dig out a forehand. No, it's long from Sabalenka. It's 40 love.
That return from Sabalenka was so deep and so strong, but Navarro she held in there and absorbed that pace like she hit it 2 miles an hour. That was unbelievable.
Against anybody else, it'd be 15-30 right now instead of 40 love.
No doubt. You can tell it's kind of bothered and rattled Sabalenka a little bit here. A couple of double faults. Now she's hit 2 big returns that have come right back. 40 love here for Navarro's second serve is long. It is her first double fault of the night.
If you're going to double fault at 40 love. You don't want to really do it ever, but, that was a good time.
I think that's an area of her game she can still improve. She can get a little bit more twist, a little bit more torso turn and wrist snap. That can improve, I think, over the coming year or two.
Serve up the tee. Chip return lands good. Navarro inside out forehand to a Sabalenka backhand rolled. Navarro steps into a backhand up the line. Clean winner off that backhand side. 4th winner of the night. We're level at 2.
That's where we see the athleticism. She literally was so far into the court, but her body was so up in the air. The balance was absolutely beautiful.
Great recognition also. But when she hit her forehand topspin, she was 4 or 5 feet behind the baseline. By the time that she hit that backhand winner down the line, she might have been 12 feet inside the baseline. So that's recognizing your opponent's lack of depth and closing so fast.
Sabalenka serving here at 2-all. The return goes cross court, and Sabalenka missing the ensuing forehand into the net. Takes the ball out of her pocket, throws it towards one of the ball crew. She looks quite irritated at the moment.
She's very irritated now. I've never really seen her try to out-hit someone. She's now just trying to out-hit herself, and it's not working.
Let call here at love 15, 2-all. We did see Maria Sharapova up in the stands there, first celebrity sighting of the night. Crowd acting up a little bit. Sabalenka pauses, now ready to go here at love 15 from the far side. Serve good up the tee. Navarro loops a forehand, and Sabalenka punishes that lets out a roar as well. That forehand winner gets us to 15 all.
That's what you gotta love. That's why she's a champion. She just came right back and hit a beautiful serve right down the tee, and then that forehand, she just laid into it, and then she gave out a big roar. She was excited to come back like that.
2 all, 15 all, serve tee. Navarro back into a Sabalenka forehand cross. Navarro digs out a forehand lob to a Sabalenka inside out forehand. Navarro backhand is into the net. Got pushed off that baseline. Couldn't quite get that up and down. It's 30-15.
Sabalenka hits such tremendous spots. She gets ahead in the point so often, and then that forehand, I mean, she can just obliterate that thing when she gets her legs set underneath her.
30-15 here. 7 winners, 7 unforced errors for Sabalenka here early. Serve tee good. Navarro has to roll a return, misses long. Gain points for Aryna Sabalenka.
Sabalenka, that's another thing she's really worked on, just controlling those emotions. She doesn't get so high that she used to like literally just leave for 4 or 5 points. She doesn't do that anymore, and that's why she's become the consistent champion that we're used to seeing now.
This is a serve up the tee, does Sabalenka here with these 2 game points. Second serve here for Sabalenka. Again, from the far side right now at 40-15, that is good to a Navarro backhand middle. Sabalenka backhand middle, Navarro backhand middle. Sabalenka forehand is into the net. That ball stayed incredibly low. 40-30.
The velocity of shot from both players is really up there. I mean, Emma Navarro's return once again, taken early and powerful and clean. Even though it was up the middle, it got on her opponent very swiftly. The ball is traveling through the air at a mighty clip.
That ball down the middle is a shot that I think that she would probably use a lot.
Up return, Sabalenka to the net, puts a forehand into the deuce corner with some incredible heat. So Sabalenka rights the ship, gets us on serve here at 3-2 midway through the first set. And Nick McCarville, listen, one of the things that Emma Navarro said here over the last couple of days is that she likes to play with some style, and I'm just wondering your thoughts about the style of Emma Navarro.
Yeah, Mike, she certainly does, and as both your analysts called out in the first couple games, is that she has changed her positioning on that second serve return. Specifically, I think, Maka, you said how close up on the baseline Emma Navarro was, and I think that's really shocked Aryna Sabalenka, guys. I think it's taken time away from her, and when she was up that break, it didn't feel like she was on the break. Also looking at Sabalenka coming into the semifinals, she beats players like Zheng Qinwen, Elisa Mertens, Alexandrova. Those are players who play pretty, I'm not going to call it one-dimensional tennis, but they don't play the 4 or 5-dimensional tennis that Emma Navarro does. And I don't mean just spins, right, and how they're hitting the ball. I more mean it, Mike, in terms of Emma's going to change things up. She's going to use every angle of the court. That slice backhand could become a huge factor. And yes, I would say Aryna Sabalenka is still the favorite coming into this match, guys. But it feels like Navarro on top of, in front of the baseline on second serve returns. I don't think that's the first trick she's got up her sleeve tonight.
Well, first, Nick, I got to say, you probably got the 3rd best seat in the house. You look right on the court.
We see you, buddy.
We are jealous up here.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. But
Zena, you're with me in spirit.
But anyway, we'll go ahead.
Yeah, it's Emma Navarro serving here at 2-3. Will be inside the top 10 after this tournament. Serve good. Sabalenka back into a Navarro backhand dug out. Sabalenka backhand cross. Navarro backhand cross. Sabalenka backhand middle. Navarro drop shot. First drop shot of the night, just off the net, back onto her side. Almost trickled over, but it's love 15.
Yeah, that was a great try there for Navarro. She's going to have to mix it up sometime. She barely missed that drop shot. It's not very easy to hit a drop shot when Sabalenka is hitting the ball that fast, which lets you know Navarro has some really exceptional hands, Dave.
Oh, that was so close. It hung on the top of the tape. It was beautiful disguise, just gorgeous. It would have been a winner for sure.
No
Very Novak Djokovic-like.
15, second serve. Sabalenka run around forehand to a Navarro backhand that's into the net, and now some trouble here at love 30.
Yeah, once again, Sabalenka's, that ball is just moving so fast and so through. You can tell that Navarro's just doesn't, sometimes she just can't get her racket in the position she needs to because that ball is moving way too fast.
for both players. Missing first serve has a steep price right now.
Serve is good. Sabalenka forehand cross. Oh my! Look at that stroke from Aryna Sabalenka to set up 3 break chances off the forehand wing.
Mike, I like the way you said, oh wow, was definitely it, because Sabalenka hit that forehand so hard. Her contact point was so far out in front, and that ball just kept moving cross court.
Can return to a Navarro forehand cross into the deuce corner for a winner, and 15-40.
Really like the way Emma lassos that forehand. It's just a teensy bit of rough and Nadal about it.
Yes.
It's just got a little lasso spin on it that
Oh, she even
Rafa
has the
used to
over the
use.
head.
Yeah,
I didn't
the over
notice
the
that
head.
before.
Yep.
Yeah.
15-40 serve into the net. Navarro is 1 of 4 on her second serve points so far tonight at 15-40. This second serve from Emma. Good to a Sabalenka runaround forehand up the line, lob from Navarro. Sabalenka coming to the net, forehand crushed into the deuce corner. Aryna Sabalenka goes back up a break, 4-2 here in the first.
I mean, we're lauding Emma Navarro for her second serve return tactics, but Aryna Sabalenka is exactly on the same page. Every time Emma has missed a first serve, it's been eviscerated. I'm going to run out of superlatives to describe the power of the Sabalenka shots. I've used my 2 best ones right there. I'm in deep trouble.
As Sabalenka prepares for this service game here at 4-2. Serve good into the body. Gets a backhand dug out. Navarro goes inside out forehand. Sabalenka throws up a lob. It's not going to get to the net. It's love 15. But your point is exactly right. We've had 10-second serves so far tonight between these 2 women. 1.1 by the server. My math is not great, but I do know that's 10%.
I think that's significant, Mike.
Yes.
We'd
Yes,
call
it
that
is.
significant.
Love 15 here in this 4-2 service game. Sabalenka serving from the near side. Toss goes up. Serve for Sabalenka into the net. The alarm bells start going off here with the second serve upcoming. Wait for the ball crew to get back settled. The second serve here at love 15. With this high ball toss from Sabalenka. That's good to it. Navarro backhand up the line. Dug out by Sabalenka. Navarro forehand middle. Missed it long. Had the short ball on the forehand. A rare mistake from her there.
That was a great ball from Navarro that on second serve, but what came back was even better by Sabalenka. She just took all that pace on that forehand and gave it back to Navarro. The Navarro didn't even expect for that to come back over.
So for Sabalenka, 15-all, good ship return. Short backhand for Sabalenka, in behind it, but Navarro comes up with the backhand pass. Down the line, stroke of beauty, it's 15-30.
I'd say Novak would have been proud of that. That was open stance on the dead run. A very solid approach shot from Sabalenka, but the balance and the posture from Emma Navarro to thread that down the line. Even a little racket tap clap from Sabalenka, showing a nice little bit of sportsmanship there.
6th winner for Navarro, 10 for Sabalenka already. 15-30 serve is into the net. Second serve for the second seed. Again, that pause, ready to deliver. Serve good. Navarro backhand middle, dug out by Sabalenka. Navarro forehand cross, tracked down by Sabalenka. Big forehand cross there. Chip back by Navarro. Sabalenka backhand cross, lob from Navarro. Sabalenka has to backtrack to the baseline. She's going to hit a forehand from the ad corner, inside out to a forehand from Navarro. Sabalenka backhand up the line, running forehand from Navarro. Backhand cross from Sabalenka, good. Navarro can't track it down. What a point, what a dig. It's 30-all.
I am totally speechless. That was one of the best points so far in this match. The athleticism from Navarro just to hang in there, all the stuff, the hard balls that Sabalenka was hitting, and then Sabalenka went to another atmosphere. She had a beautiful backhand cross court.
Big spot here, longest rally of the night at 30-all, and Sabalenka again taking an extra couple of seconds here. Plenty of time left on the serve clock though. Serve up the tee, good. Lob return lands good, just in the deuce corner. Sabalenka forehand to a Navarro forehand cross. Sabalenka forehand up the line. Lob from Navarro lands good, but short on the deuce corner. Off the net from Sabalenka and wide. Emma Navarro, break chance once again.
Just some gritty defense from Emma Navarro there. She was behind in the point the whole way. Just managed to scrape and scrap a couple of balls back. Aryna torched the forehand cross court, hit the tape, and just landed wide. So she really stole a breakpoint opportunity there with her legs.
Well, this New York crowd behind the New York-born Emma Navarro. 30-40 here. Sabalenka was unable to consolidate earlier in the set. Struggling to do so here as well. A little bit of a disturbance in the crowd. So Sabalenka was ready to start that motion, had to pull off of it. Now ready to go once again here at 30-40. 4-2. Serve into the net. Second serve here for Sabalenka, again having to pause. Just wait for the crowd to settle in between a first and a second serve for Sabalenka. The second serve, good to a Navarro backing into the net. Big miss there from Emma Navarro as we go to deuce.
Yeah, that was a great second serve there by Sabalenka. Just kind of a little bit more into the body, so Emma wasn't really able to kind of pull it out. But great serve there by Sabalenka.
And from Emma's point and her coach, I'd say that's a good miss, though. She took it on the rise. She struck it clean to a generous target. Just hit the top of the tape. A little bit unlucky.
Serve off the net long, and actually, Maka, that's something that Navarro has talked about. She's a perfectionist, and she's had to learn that there are sometimes mistakes that are acceptable mistakes. It's a tough thing for a perfectionist to learn, especially in this sport. Deuce serve once again, good to a Navarro forehand up the line. Backhand Sabalenka, Navarro goes backhand cross, great depth. Now Navarro backhand cross again. Sabalenka backhand up the line, my word. Forehand from Navarro, chipped by Sabalenka off the forehand side. Backhand slice Navarro, Sabalenka backhand up the line, chipped back by Navarro on the forehand side. Drop shot Sabalenka, good, and Navarro can't track that down. Beautiful stuff from Aryna Sabalenka.
That was absolutely beautiful. Everybody, I mean, the movement of Navarro was just simply, you cannot see her move. But the fake out, looking like she's getting ready to hit a drop shot from Sabalenka was unreal.
Extraordinary. It was exquisite. It was so low trajectory.
Yes.
It only cleared the tape by a couple of inches. So there was absolutely no chance for Emma to track that down.
Chance to consolidate here for Sabalenka. Serves into the body, gets a forehand, goes cross court. Navarro can't track that down. That is some magnificent stuff from Aryna Sabalenka, and she does consolidate into a ball change at 5-2 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Billie Jean King getting introduced to this New York crowd here at Arthur Ashe Stadium. And Zina, you said something to me, Mike's off here during this break, that maybe Aryna Sabalenka might have something to prove on this particular court.
Yeah, I definitely think that she has something to prove. She's playing tonight like, you know, it doesn't matter who's out there, what's going on. She is going to get some revenge back onto this court. And she is just, I mean, she's there. She's staying with it. This court has caused her a lot of trouble.
Yes.
And a lot of headaches. And right now, she is playing like she wants some revenge on this court.
Sabalenka actually having to, she's frankly clearing something from her nose, getting a new racket out of the bag as well here with this ball change, but so focused maybe forgot that the ball change just happened. She apologizes to Emma Navarro, who was ready.
She is in the moment.
Yes, she was, which is a very good thing for Aryna Sabalenka. Navarro here 2-5. Near side serve is long. Couple of second serve points won by Sabalenka on her own serve in that last game. Now she has a look at a second serve in Navarro. Sabalenka goes back in up the line for a return winner once again, and that is roped for a winner. It's love 15.
I mean, Dave, I don't know how you feel, but that is absolutely a unbelievable backhand down the line, just screaming.
She has just really come to play. Seven of the best games you'll ever see to start this match, and Emma is not doing nothing wrong. I do feel like it just highlights the necessity for her to improve her serve 20 or 25% to avoid this trouble when she misses a first.
She has to dig out a backhand after another second serve, and a very good return again from Sabalenka, who's 2 points away from the set.
And being on the other end of that, when you, like, that was a nice second serve. It was nice and deep from Navarro, and Sabalenka still blasted. It's just going to start putting more and more pressure on you. Navarro needs to make sure she gets some first serves in there.
She does, gets it to the left hip of Sabalenka, who pulls it into the doubles alley. So Navarro to 15-30.
Yeah, to Zena's point, I mean, maybe going body on all significant points would be a really smart play. That improves your chances of making a first serve by aiming body. You're not going to miss it wide.
Serve is good. Sabalenka backhand cross. Navarro backhand cross. Sabalenka backhand up the line is into the net. It's 30-all.
The penalty is so severe
for
both girls missing, but especially Emma. Her second serve is okay, but against this type of ferocity, I mean, her second serve is just getting annihilated right now.
Yeah, 1 of 7 so far here tonight. 30-all serve for Navarro. Good up the tee. Chip return. Navarro goes forehand cross court. Squash shot from Sabalenka is going to miss long. And point here for Emma Navarro.
That's what Navarro has been doing for a while now. She's still steady. She doesn't matter. She's not worried about the score. She's just staying in there. She's playing her point. She's trying to stay to her strategy. Good first serve there, and just good clean hitting.
Serve out wide is an ace for Emma Navarro. First of the night for her, so she forces the issue here. Nick McCarville down courtside. I'm wondering if you can give us kind of that feel, especially when Billie Jean King was introduced just a couple of seconds ago.
I mean, that was absolutely amazing. This place lit up. Maria Sharapova in the house as well. Shonda Rhimes, Robin Roberts, so plenty of star power. Guys, the conditions are really cooling off, and that's advantage to Navarro here as Sabalenka starts to serve in this 8th game.
Backhand goes middle with it. Navarro forehand to a Sabalenka backhand cross. Navarro digs that out. Drop shot from Sabalenka off the net and good. Navarro can't track it down. A little bit of luck for Aryna Sabalenka to 15-love.
Sabalenka has done a great job of changing up the pace. She has this slice backhand and it still looks like her two-hand backhand, and then she just carves all of it off. She got a little lucky there, but still to try to hit a slice there was nice. It turned out to be a drop shot.
Zena, it's almost unfair if you're going to hit the
speak.
ball that hard and then have a deadly drop shot as well.
Second serve here for Sabalenka at 15-love. Tosses up. Serve is good. Navarro backing up the line. Return winner. Second return winner for her. 15-all.
That balance there. That
exquisite footwork. That was a good kicker, wasn't it, Zena?
That was a great kicker, but she stepped so far in. She catches it at the highest speed. But her balance is what I absolutely love about her. Exceptional athlete.
Incredible posture. Keeping those shoulders level on impact.
Off the net and long from Sabalenka. At 15-all here in this 5-3 service game. Second serve for Aryna. That's good to a Navarro chip forehand. Sabalenka backhand back behind Navarro. Magnificent stuff from Sabalenka for a backhand winner.
I've been super impressed with Aryna Sabalenka's ability to deal with the slice thus far. That was a nice little chip forehand, a little change-up return. It stayed low. I would say it was definitely a few inches below the height of the net when Sabalenka made contact, and she had no trouble hitting that for a winner down the line off her backhand side.
7th backhand winner of the night is pretty remarkable. 16 winners total to 11 unforced errors. You know those numbers are always going to be higher for her than her opponent. They're on the right side of it right now. 30-15, second serve tee. Navarro forehand off the net and back under her side. Set points for Sabalenka at 40-15.
Yeah, that was just an unlucky break there by Navarro there. But Sabalenka has done an exceptional job of just keeping that pressure. She might lose a point, but she's back on the next one. It's putting pressure, pressure, pressure all over Navarro.
95 miles an hour, that second serve, too. She beefed it up.
40-15. 2 set points. Sabalenka good. Navarro shanks the return. Nick McCarville, did you catch that? That was headed right to you.
I did not catch it, but great set there. And Mike, as you guys said, Sabalenka changed the course when she felt that pressure from Emma Navarro. That is a set she had to win, and she won it outright. Good stuff from Sabalenka.
So let's see how Emma Navarro will respond as we get into the second set after a break here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Get ready for the next unbelievable moments. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Indeed, you're listening live to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nick McCarville courtside with you, watching both players here as they head out onto court for this second set. Sabalenka actually icing herself down, especially across the forehead and neck there. It's an interesting observation, Mike Cation, because it's pretty chilly out here. It's about 70 degrees. It's only going to get cooler. Sabalenka feeling the heat, but just want to pick up on that last bit I was talking about. Sabalenka went into her toolkit as we see Navarro open with a first serve. Now a backhand from Sabalenka cross court here in this exchange. This is the first point of the second set. Excuse me, Mike, for stealing your job. That's a backhand slice from Sabalenka into the net. But she needed everything. She needed the drop shot. She needed the net play. And now what does Navarro do next to change things up and try to confound the two-time AO champion?
Yeah, that's the real question here. It is 15-love for Navarro, who serves and gets a return miss from Sabalenka. The three of us, we were watching here, and there looked to be that problem-solving thought process here from Navarro. How does she kind of solve the fact that Sabalenka is playing at this electric level?
Well, she's got to be a little bit befuddled, because she's thinking, I can't play a much better set than that, and all I could do is to get a 6-3. But momentum can change. I mean, maybe Nick just calling the first point of the match turned everything. All of a sudden, Arena missed a slice backhand in the middle of the net. Nick, if it's Emma Navarro's team, you take the call from here.
I can tell you that Sabalenka cares none of what or how we're commentating. That was a good hold, though, guys. And maybe actually, and I'm curious, Zena, what you think, is maybe Emma doesn't really need to change that much except serve better. Get the first serve in and then execute a little bit more when she's attacking the Sabalenka ball.
Yeah, I actually don't think she played bad at all. I just think she got outplayed at certain points. And I think she was doing all the right things. She's just got to hang in there, maybe a couple of more first serves, and take away the opportunity for her to hit those second serves. But because we know that that level that Sabalenka just played, it can go down very quickly.
There are very few players who you just can't do anything if they're playing at their peak level, and Sabalenka might be one of them, and that was pretty close to it in that first set. She gets it to 15 love here in this love one service game. Both players served at a very exceptional level. Navarro is actually 73% right now, has won 74% of her first serve points, still on the wrong end of a 6-3 set. Sabalenka up the tee for an ace, fourth of the night for 30 love.
Sabalenka hit a beautiful serve down the tee, and that's just one of those things. When someone's playing that well, clap, move to the side, just keep going and try to do the things that you and your coaches want at those particular times.
Yeah, don't need to press at this stage.
I would say that it's an option, though, to play much, much deeper on first serve return. Like, that's a tactic that the men use a lot to curb the big serving.
That's what I was about to ask you. How many times have you seen it in women? Not a lot.
Not
later.
so
They're
often.
starting to,
Yeah.
but and I thought about what you were saying on that. That's actually, if you don't practice it, it's going to be hard to do it right here in the match.
That's an excellent point.
Further, Zheng actually did against Sabalenka a couple nights ago, and Sabalenka was just using that slider out wide very, very well. Missed first serve here after a double fault from Sabalenka, which was her third of the night. Long, deep breath here from Sabalenka here. 30-15 with a second serve to come. 6 of 13 on the night. Serve good. Navarro forehand. Sabalenka slips and couldn't quite get to the backhand. It's 30-all.
And right there, Navarro did a great job. Once again, sometimes catching that ball on the early, she just decided to go for it. She was so far inside of the court on that it caught Sabalenka off guard. And to your point, Dave, the other thing is a lot of the women don't have the height, you know, to go too far back, as Mike said, then you can get pulled. So that's probably maybe why they don't do it as much.
On the do side, if you do elect to play deep, you've got to play wider, because
Yes.
that wide serve really comes into play. So you've got to shade out towards the side fence a little bit more, not so much on the ad side.
Second serve out wide. Oh my!
I don't care who you are. That was an unbelievable. I don't care if you go back into the stands, you're not getting that serve. That was an awesome wide serve that Sabalenka just is handling with beauty right there. She's just cutting it like it's some turkey.
She's in a great headspace right now, I must say.
40-30 for Sabalenka. Serve off the net and into the chair umpire there. Nick McCarville almost had his second souvenir of the night. Second serve for Sabalenka. Gonna hush over this crowd here for the second, which is good to a Navarro backhand cross. Dug out by Sabalenka short. Navarro forehand, she missed it long. That's a big miss once again. It's 1-all, and you can see the anguish on the face right now of Emma Navarro. These opportunities are so minute right now for Emma Navarro, and you can tell that she is feeling it in that moment if she's not able to execute.
She hit just a gorgeous cross-court backhand return, had a really easy, by her standards, forehand put away. Didn't get her footwork quite right for whatever reason, and missed it long. But yes, Mike, you're so right. She's got, if she can maintain her dominance over the second serve points of Sabalenka, that is her only chance.
Serve here is good to a Sabalenka backhand up the line. Now Sabalenka backhand middle. Navarro has to dig out a backhand to a forehand Sabalenka that's into the net. 15 love.
Navarro did a great job there. That ball was just coming so hard into her backhand, but her balance is amazing to me. She's able to stay down and stay with that ball and put it back over there. She kind of has a little short backswing sometimes, and that works.
Serve is good. Sabalenka backhand middle. Navarro digs out a forehand but misses long. It reminds me of Radwanska. Just that ability to get low and just kind of...
I forgot about that. That's a perfect one, yes.
That time Sabalenka drilled the return hard to the forehand side, and when you put more spin on the ball, it's harder to absorb pace. Emma's absorbing pace off the backhand beautifully because she hits a little bit flatter off that side. But when you have a lasso, Nadal type forehand, that is not easy to deal with when it's coming in really hot.
First second serve of the set for Navarro. Sabalenka forehand cross, chip back from Navarro, but it's into the net. Yeah, she'd made her first 6 first serves. She'd won 5 of those. Now that second serve continues to be a problem here at 15-30.
Sabalenka wasn't even close to that ball and got out there and hit it just as hard as it was coming.
So this crowd rising to meet the moment here with Emma Navarro. She serves here near side 15-30. Serve good. Sabalenka backhand cross. Navarro digs out a backhand. Backhand slice from Sabalenka. Navarro has to roll a forehand inside out to a Sabalenka rolled backhand middle. Navarro inside out forehand in behind it. Doesn't have to come up with a volley as that one's into the net from Sabalenka. It's 30-all.
Navarro right there did something maybe she should try a little bit more. She went up and changed the pace a little bit more that allowed to get a short ball, and then she popped it back behind Sabalenka. That might be a play she might want to try.
If she can play high and super spinny, that would be a fantastic way to break up the pace. It's just not easy to do, and every ball Sabalenka hits is approaching 100 miles an hour.
Sabalenka goes backhand cross to a Navarro backhand slice that lands on the baseline, and Sabalenka misses that inside out forehand, and again that change of pace, mixing things in there, causing an error for Sabalenka.
Yeah, that time Sabalenka looked like she did. That ball was way too slow. Her footwork was nowhere close to what it should have been, and that just disrupts her whole rhythm there.
So game point for Navarro, looking to nose back out in front here early in the second. Serve good. Sabalenka forehand middle. Navarro has to dig out a forehand that lands good with great depth. Now she's stepping into a forehand cross. Sliced back by Sabalenka. Forehand inside in to a Sabalenka squash shot. Navarro chip forehand. Sabalenka stepping into a backhand up the line. Running forehand. Navarro up the line. Good. Sabalenka backhand slice drop shot. Navarro backhand up the line. What a point! Emma Navarro throws that ball back to the ball crew with a smile on her face as she gets it here to 2-1. Nick McCarville courtside. That was absolutely incredible defensive work from Emma Navarro, and she just is finding her way through some of these service games right now.
Yeah, guys, Mike, she sure is, and two very different perspectives. They're showing Maria Sharapova up on the big screen now. Big applause for her. Sabalenka dejected after that game, whereas you said it, Mike, Emma Navarro does this thing where she kind of smiles almost accidentally, and you know that she is truly happy about. I was just listening also, Mike, to ESPN. Pam Shriver chatted with Peter Ayers between those sets, and Peter said that not much needs to change for Emma. He wants her to be bolder on her second serve. And we also saw in that game from Sabalenka, Mike, I thought Sabalenka getting pulled into Emma's game a little bit there. A few slices, a few off-pace balls. That's not the Sabalenka game. So I think especially the feeling is this New York crowd, it's finally getting settled. So most of the lower bowl is full. These folks are really going to get behind Emma Navarro, Mike, if she can make a stand here midway through this second set.
Yeah, what do you two think about that changing of speed, changing of pace, changing of height that she's bringing in here the last couple games?
I think she has to try it. I mean, right now, that first set, the way Sabalenka played, you got to try something a little bit different if you can do it. And Navarro shows that she can change. Some players can't change in the middle of a match, but Navarro, I believe, that has the shots to change.
Well, she's definitely got a forehand that can whip. Like, she can get that ball to spin like a and bounce high, which hopefully she'll be able to employ a little bit more as the match goes on.
Sabalenka serving from the near side, gets a forehand, goes inside out. Navarro can't track that down. Serve +1 for 15 love.
I mean, what do you do on that when you hit a very good return back to the forehand of Sabalenka, and she picks it up with no problem.
Clean as a whistle.
15 love here for Sabalenka at 1-2, and the second serve into the net. For the night, 8 of 16 on her second serve points after starting 0 for 5. Has certainly picked it up a little bit on the second serves, has Sabalenka. Second serve here is good to a Navarro backhand cross. Sabalenka digs out a backhand. Navarro forehand middle. Sabalenka forehand cross. Navarro has to roll a forehand to a Sabalenka inside out forehand. Navarro's backhand slices into the net. It's 30 love.
Yeah, I think right there Navarro was trying to go back to hitting with her, and she paid for it.
Well, she got the return right. She hit a beautiful, sweet return, had a mid-court forehand that actually I thought she could have done a little bit more with. She played a neutral forehand, and then Sabalenka took over the point. When she gets forehands in the middle of the court, Emma's got to make them count.
30 love serve for Sabalenka up the tee, off the frame for Emma Navarro. 40 love.
That was a beautiful ball, and to Dave's point, anytime she has the opportunity to take a chance, she's got to take it.
Yeah. 112 there for Sabalenka, her fastest of the night, 116. Serve T good, gets a forehand, goes inside in. Squash shot from Navarro's going to miss out wide. Very simple hold to love for Aryna Sabalenka, and 2-all, and that's exactly what you want to see from a person of her quality, just shutting the door there when you think that Navarro builds a little bit of momentum.
I'd say that's Emma's only poor game of the match so far. She had a couple of nice returns, but then just let some opportunities slip when she could have kept the pressure going. Boy, that would have been a nice time to keep the momentum right now. Now, my word, she needs some first serves in this game.
Serve for Navarro up the tee. Sabalenka back into a Navarro inside out forehand. Sabalenka backhand cross short. Drop shot from Navarro, not even getting to the net. It's love 15.
Yeah, that was one of the first times that I really see her that get a little unsure about what to do. She wasn't sure whether to hit it or if to hit a slice or to hit a drop shot. Kind of got caught in the middle of it.
And the cardinal sin is to miss a drop shot short.
Yes.
Oh,
you're definitely not going to win the point if you leave it short.
Do you know how many times I ran because my coach would say, if you try to hit a drop shot, you need to make it.
Forehand cross from Sabalenka. Navarro off the net and wide, in real trouble here at love 30.
Yeah, Sabalenka is just starting to, once again, she had a little, just to me, a little down on, wasn't much, but now she's done upped it up again.
Definitely threatening here at love 30. Probably a good time for Emma to find a good body first serve and try and get a forehand +1.
Yep.
Try and dictate the point.
And again, the crowd rises to the moment. She's been in trouble here. In fact, in her last service game as well. Serve here good. Sabalenka forehand middle. Navarro goes forehand middle roll to a Sabalenka inside out forehand. Slice back by Navarro. Sabalenka backhand slice up the line. Again, some indecision. This time on the Sabalenka side. Did she want to go that dropper over the lowest part of the net? She instead goes backhand slice up the line.
Yeah, and this is where what you're talking about now. Emma needs to capitalize on this point right here to stay in it.
It was a curious shot selection from Aryna there. She'd hit that same shot with her two-hander for a winner multiple times.
Sabalenka forehand. Now she goes forehand inside in, but she pulls it into the doubles alley, 30-all.
Sabalenka starting to get some free points here. A little tension coming from somewhere. This is where Navarro has to realize that she's still in this match.
Yep.
She's just got to play point to point, but really capitalize. Don't give her anything. We need some first serves here. We need to look for opportunities for some short balls if we get them, or maybe that high one a little bit.
30-all big serve. It's going to be a lead. Another first serve coming here for Emma Navarro. Was trying to go to the body with that serve. Will reset herself here. Again, 2-all in the second. Sabalenka took the first 6-3. 30-all in this 2-all service game. Serve T. Sabalenka backhand good. Navarro rolls the forehand to a Sabalenka backhand cross. Navarro backhand middle. Sabalenka inside out forehand, and there's no response from Emma Navarro. Forehand winner, break chance.
I knew that was, I mean, literally she went hard real fast, and then she tried to go back down the middle, and that ball was way too short. Sabalenka did a great ball, a great shot there, just off forehand, beautifully, nicely done.
And unfortunately, Emma allowed Aryna to take control there. She made a good body serve, just didn't do enough with her first shot forehand, which is perfectly capable of doing damage, but she just elected to play safe, and she paid a steep price.
Second serve, good. Sabalenka backhand cross. Navarro has to slice that back. Good depth. Sabalenka goes backhand cross. Navarro backhand cross, but she pulled it wide. There's your break. It's a set and a break lead here for Aryna Sabalenka here midway through the second on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express.
You're listening live to American Express Radio here at the U.S. Open. Nick McCarville courtside. Plenty of luminaries in the building tonight. Monica Seles, Lindsay Davenport, Carly Lloyd, Maria Sharapova, Billie Jean King. The list goes on and on. We've got some glitz, we've got some glam. That's a first serve in from Sabalenka, but then puts the backhand into the net. Mike, before I hand it back to you, a big standing ovation from the Sabalenka box after that game. You can hear them clapping right now. They felt like that was a huge momentum shift after Emma Navarro had really settled into this second set. How does she play with this lead now?
Fascinating that Nick McCarville has called 2 points here on U.S. Open Radio. Both of them have been backhand misses from Sabalenka. Navarro had a look at a pass, but it was up against the back wall, misses the forehand into the net. It's 15-all.
The voodoo doll rumors, Mike, they're not true, okay? I just want to squash them.
Okay, and I just need to say from a personal standpoint, Molly Ringwald is in the building, and I am dying to meet her.
Well,
so if you can sort it out.
I've got a corded microphone, but I'll do my best.
Thank you. 15-all here at 3-2. Serve out wide, return through the middle. Sabalenka forehand in behind it. Navarro almost comes up with the goods on the backhand on the run, just missing wide. It's 30-15.
Yeah, that was a good try there by Navarro, trying to come up with something. Sabalenka was headed to the net, but Navarro was trying her best to hit a passing shot, just missed it wide.
Got a little bit of a scrape on the right knee of Emma Navarro.
You know how many times her knee has been on the ground?
Served into the backhand of Navarro. Forehand dug out by Sabalenka, and then Navarro shanks one, and it looks like the first time where she just seems a little bit discombobbled here on the night.
Well, I think on that particular one, she was trying to do what Zina suggested. She was trying to get underneath it and lift it up high, and when you do that, if you don't get it right, it can look ugly. And that one hit the frame and went about 13 rows deep.
So game points here for Sabalenka. 3-2, 40-15 second set. Serve ace up the tee. Third of the set, sixth of the night. Sabalenka has extended that lead 4-2 here in the second.
I mean, Mike, when someone's playing like that and serving like that, I mean, it's really nothing you can do.
Well, and this is where I think if Emma can improve her serving, if she can hang on to her service game easier and stay in the fight a little longer, that will be the next step for her, I think. Both first and second serves just need to get a little bit nastier.
Looking at some of the serve stats from this year, she's about 27th, 28th in the top 50 in terms of service points won. So you can tell that she's making it up with a lot of different things as Sabalenka comes up with another winner. Love 15 here in this 2-4 service game. And that kind of shows when you're 27th, 28th in the top 50 on service points won, but still into the top 10, you're doing a lot of good things, but still something to get to that next level.
Something for the off season or right after the US Open to get back to work on the technical side of the game.
What a coach you are. You know, give her a break.
It's an interesting thought, though, right? Because there's a lot of points left on the board here over the next couple of months, but you also want to start building towards January and that Australian Open as well. Big
Crowd
spot.
now is trying their best to get her moving here.
Guys, the crowd's, Zina, the crowd's really trying to get behind Emma, and I have noticed very little communication as Navarro goes up for the first serve. Forehands now cross court they go. Forehand to the backhand. Sabalenka really stepping into that one. It goes long. Uh-oh. There's the curse.
Unforced errors on the backhand side for Sabalenka during Nick McCarville points.
What I was going to say, though, is that very little communication from Peter Ayers and the box. I think they're out there saying, this is your match. You've got to figure it out. That's a little old school, but a lot of it is now constant conversation box to players, not for the Navarro camp.
Well, excuse me, Nick. I kind of like old school. Sometimes they're talking too much.
I'm not judging.
I agree.
I'm just observing, Zina.
Second serve is good. Sabalenka, big backhand, dug out by Navarro, but into the net.
Mike, sorry, I do just wonder, is this a time, Zina, when it could really help Emma? Because she does look pretty confused, and these feel like virtual match points now.
Well, I guarantee you that she's been with her coach so long that if he felt that she's not getting, I'm sure she knows exactly what she needs to do, and she's not quite doing it. But really, she is really getting outplayed right now.
Absolutely, and this is something that the old school players never needed to do. Roger Federer never needed to look up with. This is the stuff that you discuss before the match. Coach and player go over every eventuality. She's thinking out there. She's focused.
30-40 serve is long from Navarro. Again with this, as Nick called it, virtual match point and a second serve. She's 1 of 10 on her second serves here tonight. Second serve, good. Sabalenka backhand up the line. Navarro rolls a forehand to a Sabalenka backhand cross. Navarro has to slice that back. Sabalenka inside in forehand from the ad corner. Now it's going to step into another forehand. Inside in. Navarro tracks that down. Sabalenka forehand up the line, missed wide. Oh, that could give Navarro a second life here as we go to deuce.
Until the point of that she knows exactly what to do. She literally was staying in that point. She changed the pace up just a little bit, but more than anything, she got a little lucky because she still was consistently trying to stay in the point, and it worked out for her there.
Only missed Sabalenka's forehand down the line, missed by probably an inch, no more.
Again, a big spot here. Deuce, as we've just hit the 1 hour mark in this one. Navarro serving near side, 2-4. Deuce resets after yelling from the crowd. Here we go, serve good. Sabalenka goes backhand middle. Navarro stepping into a forehand middle. Sabalenka forehand cross pulled wide. McDavid, you're not exactly thrilled with that forehand from Navarro. A little bit safe through the middle, but still, again, a little bit lucky.
Well, she got rewarded there with an unforced error, but her forehand is, I think, is technically so good. I think with just a little bit more intention, quick footwork, I think she can do more damage on it as her career goes ahead. I think she has the technique to back it up to just be a little bit more dominant and imposing on her first shot forehand.
Serve is long, trying to go body once again with that first serve. Second serve here. Now 2 of 11 after winning that last second serve point. Second serve, good. Sabalenka running around. Big forehand inside out. Dug out by Navarro. Sabalenka another forehand in behind it. Lob. Navarro's going to miss long. Deuce now.
And that shot that she just literally jumped off of both feet, lunged into that forehand, and the depth that she got on there. But I also think when Navarro gets more mature as the player that she's becoming now, that she's going to take advantage of those balls that you want her to take care of right now.
Serve out wide is good, and the return off the frame for Sabalenka. Game point for Navarro.
I think she's growing as she's playing right here.
100%.
Yeah.
That was probably her most accurate first serve of the night. It was short, it was wide out to the Sabalenka forehand, and even with Arena's extraordinary range, she only got the frame on that. That was definitely her best serve.
Just 90 miles an hour, but just perfectly placed for a game point here. Tosses up, serve is long. Again, looking body. The second serve has been the issue. Second serve for Navarro with this game point. It's good. Forehand from Sabalenka into the bottom of the net, and the unforced errors for Sabalenka starting to climb here a little bit over these last couple of games. She's actually on the negative side of the winners to unforced errors ratio for the first time on the night with that miss. 23 winners, 24 unforced errors, and maybe just again that level dipping ever so slightly from Sabalenka.
Well, everything's on her terms though.
Yep.
Like that's the issue I have. If Emma can learn to just serve a little bit nasty, a little more precision, then her service game will be on her terms. And that's what you're looking for. It's one thing, Arena, obviously she serves so big, so well, that her service game, if she's going to get broken, it's going to be on her. She really controls the tempo, and this is a little out of Emma's control. She's not serving quite nasty enough to keep Sabalenka from controlling the match.
I think what we're seeing right now is Emma is growing. This is Emma's first semifinals. Sabalenka has been to how many semifinals and won a Grand Slam tournament? She is at a level that Emma is eventually trying to get to, but for Emma's first semifinals, she's hanging in there because most players would have been gone. They'd have been sitting up here with us by now.
Remarkable composure. She's amazing. She's a joy to watch, and they just the cameras just did a little close-up on the knee, and I'd like to give a little shout out to my old coach, one of my old coaches, Roy Emerson, who said, if you haven't got blood on your knees, you're not trying. That was one of his favorite
She's
sayings.
definitely trying.
She is.
He had some great sayings.
Nick McCarville courtside. It's fascinating to watch Aryna Sabalenka.
Yeah.
We know that she has these emotional highs and lows, but she's up a set and a break and seems to be going a little bit on the downslide of the roller coaster emotionally.
Yeah, I don't know if I fully agree with that, Mike.
Okay.
She's got new balls. She just held it up, and sounds like Nick McCarville's about to call a point of tennis, everyone. He served to the forehands. Well, the streak is over.
Okay.
Forehand wide there from Navarro. I think the mood is fine.
Okay.
I mean, 5-2, 4-3, it's a huge difference. She's still up the break, and I just, like you guys were talking about, she's so experienced. I think that she knows that she's the better player out here. Now she has to execute against Emma Navarro. She steps in to a forehand. This is a slice backhand now from Navarro, who goes over that on the backhand, a forehand miss. I'll hand it back to you, Mike Cation, but I think the mood is okay.
Okay.
And Sabalenka believes that she can win this match. Now, if the crowd starts to get under her skin, then it's a different story.
Indeed. That could play a major role here. We haven't seen Navarro, and I don't think she will try to get the crowd into it, but that's certainly something she could bring out of the toolbox if she needed. 15 all serve, T-ace.
Nobody's getting the crowd into it with the way she's serving right now. That was just a beautiful placement. Nice depth, this beautiful extension on that racket head serving. I mean, she's putting on a clinic right now.
So few players have that on the WTA Tour, have that weaponry to be able to just hit the line at that pace and get a free point when you need it.
30-15 serve into the net. Just served at 72% in this set, has Sabalenka. And also, more importantly for her right now, 3 of 5 on her second serve points. Second serve here at 30-15, good. Navarro forehand middle, Sabalenka rolls a forehand to a Navarro backhand. Sabalenka forehand middle, Navarro forehand middle. Sabalenka goes backhand cross, Navarro has to slice that back. Lands short, Sabalenka backhand up the line, Navarro rolling forehand, good! Emma Navarro finds a pass, and this crowd ready for it as we get to 30 all.
And Silky Smooth once again with she's so beautifully, the way she moves, you cannot even see her move. When she got over there, she used that racket head, and nicely done. That was a forehand cross-court winner, but just so smooth, so silky.
She's amazing with her balance on her outside leg. Both wings, when she gets stretched wide, she's so strong in her outside leg.
30 all serve good, ship return, lands short. Sabalenka forehand cross, Navarro had to guess. She went ad, Sabalenka went deuce. Game point, Sabalenka.
I think Sabalenka has worked on this for so long. Once she loses a point, she just goes on to the next point. And she just came out as if she hadn't lost a point.
And that is one of the big keys to tennis, as we know, Zena. And if you discover that and can master that, you're on your way.
Ninth winner of the set, Sabalenka serve out wide. Lob return lands just long in the ad corner. Test pass there by Aryna Sabalenka. She's one game away from another U.S. Open final at 5-3.
And this may be a lesson that she learned from last year playing in the finals with Coco, because when Navarro hit that beautiful forehand cross court and the crowd was trying to get into the match, she has learned the way to quiet them down, just come back with something even better, and she did.
Two fantastically well-placed serves, just silenced the crowd.
Navarro serving to stay in it here. 3-5, serve good. Navarro gets a free point there. Sabalenka's backhand is into the net from 15 love. Good body serve there when it was necessary.
But this is why one of my new favorite players is Navarro, because she is just going on and playing. She's not looking to her box that much. She is doing what she needs to do. And that's the way you learn, Mike.
Yes. And oftentimes, even in these types of losses, you gain so much that can help you in the next time that you play at this stage. Especially the fact that Sabalenka is playing close to that peak level. Serve good, Sabalenka forehand good, dug out by Navarro. Sabalenka forehand up the line is into the net. Game points for Emma Navarro.
I think that's a good point, Mike. We're seeing Sabalenka's very close to her best tennis. Now, if she had some nerves, if she wasn't in control of her emotions, I think Emma could be playing well enough to be leading in this match. But right now, Aryna's A game is a little too strong.
Serve good, Sabalenka forehand. Oh my! Where did that pop come from? Holy smokes! put
Mike,
into
I
the deuce
just love
corner.
when you
Wow.
say, oh my, because it's definitely a oh my.
Woo.
That was, yes, you're right, Mike, took the breath away. Just simply took our breath away. That forehand was absolutely unbelievable.
40-15, serve, good. Sabalenka backhand into the at corner and wide. So Emma Navarro has indeed forced the issue. It'll be Aryna Sabalenka serving for a spot in the final when we return on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Well, about as big as it gets. Aryna Sabalenka has served impeccably here tonight. Can she find some first serves and find her second straight US Open final? 6-3, now 5-4 here in the second. This crowd again meets the moment. And Sabalenka will wait for them to die down. Has served 71% in the set, 65% for the night. From the far side at 5-4, Sabalenka, serve good. Navarro forehand cross, Sabalenka rolls it through the middle. Navarro backhand cross, Sabalenka backhand middle into the net. It's love 15.
And then to my point about Navarro just growing leaps and bounds in this match, there is no way you can do what she just did. She's still trying to attack. She's still trying to be in this match. That's when you're great coaching, great mentor, and a great pupil, because she is literally staying within herself.
Serve good, rolled through a forehand. Sabalenka inside out, crushed from Sabalenka to 15-all. Too good.
Can we say revenge? Because she has definitely been revengeful on this court tonight.
Just letting the forehand loose there. It was quite a solid return up the middle, but Aryna just 2 or 3 quick steps and then unleashed an inside-out forehand winner.
11th of the day for 15-all. Serve Sabalenka T. Good. Navarro rolls it back into a Sabalenka backhand middle that misses well long. 15-30.
It's interesting watching Sabalenka because she literally does not want to give up 1 point. If she gives up 1 point, she is not happy with herself.
She could be really unhappy here. She loses this point as well. 15-30 at 5-4 in the second. Tosses up, serve is good up the tee. Navarro forehand up the line. It's a clean winner, and Emma Navarro 2 break chances to level us.
And I want somebody to check her pulse. She just hit an unbelievable return, beautifully done, and she did not even flinch. No smile, no grimace, no nothing.
She's got beautiful technique on her returns. Very compact, the racket face is level through the ball. It's extraordinary.
Break change, 15-40, serve good. Navarro forehand misses long. 30-40 now.
Just the little extra tension of her break point seemed to get into her muscles there. She had a little bit of a flinch, just lost her posture and her balance, just a fraction. And that was enough to make the ball go long when you're returning a ball of that pace.
Sabalenka again has to wait for the crowd to settle before this point. At 30-40, the serve for Sabalenka. Good out wide, gets a backhand, goes through the middle. Navarro forehand rolled to a Sabalenka backhand cross. It's well wide. This one's not done yet. Emma Navarro breaking. We're at 5-all. Nick McCarville walk us through the emotions down there inside Arthur Ashe Stadium.
I mean, Mike Cation, just listen to it. This crowd is on its feet. It is packed in here tonight. And that was the first moment where Sabalenka really, truly blinked. The shoulders are up here. I'm watching her take deep breaths. And actually, guys, Emma Navarro, Zina, you'll like this. She just gave a very subtle thumbs up towards her box.
It's about as expression.
Silky smooth. She's silky smooth.
Cold-blooded at the same time, right?
This place has totally come alive, guys.
5-all. First serve here for Navarro. Good. Sabalenka crushed forehand. Navarro has to roll a forehand. Sabalenka forehand cross once again. Navarro rolls it through the middle. Sabalenka backhand cross. Navarro tracks that down. Slice from Sabalenka into the net. And now you have to start thinking about that final against another American, Coco Gauff, last year.
Just doing exactly the same thing. She is making her play one more ball. But this is a part that is amazing to me. You cannot hear or see Navarro's feet at all. And that is amazingly, some of the strength that she has is unbelievable.
Backhand to backhand we go, and Sabalenka blinks again. It's 30 love.
It was a great case in point for what Zina's saying. The return was just blistered off the racket, and yet Emma was able to sink down low without losing her posture and absorb the pace and get one more clean shot back on her opponent, who then missed.
30 love serve for Navarro. Near side good. Sabalenka back in inside out. Navarro has to dig that up the line. Are you kidding me? What a shot from Navarro, drawing the air out of Sabalenka, rolled up the line. It's 40 love.
And her feet are unbelievable. Once again, you can't hear them. She moves with so much ease. Her balance is absolutely perfect.
11 of the last 15 points going the way of the American. Game point at 40 love, serve good. Sabalenka crushed forehand up the line into this deuce corner. Well, that was an angry forehand. It gets us to 40-15.
That was like, you won't touch this one.
The shot before was just extraordinary. She curled it from the doubles alley like Rafa does left-handed.
Yes.
She curled it so much it drew back inside the line.
Serve good, ship return up the line. Navarro backhand cross, Sabalenka backhand slice. Gonna miss long for the first time in quite some time. Emma Navarro out in front. Again, the crowd rises to their feet. It's 6-5. That is just, I said cold-blooded a second ago, but this is calm and composed at the same time. She's a killer.
Silky smooth. Just so much. She's just so smooth in every aspect, from the way she looks, the way she dresses, but more than anything, the way she moves.
I'm just, it's so remarkable, and I see Nick McCarville, you're down there. They keep showing all these legends of women's tennis as well here. How important is it to just have, you know, the greats of all time
it's amazing.
for these matches?
Yeah, it's really cool. Tracy Austin, they just showed Virginia Wade, Martina Navratilova, who brought her dog. Yeah, you know, Mike, you asked me a few minutes ago about Sabalenka's mood, and it has certainly shifted. This place has come alive. Sabalenka's gone away from her game a little bit. And Zina, you've called it out, just the smoothness of the Emma Navarro game. It has really shifted this match in full. And Sabalenka is now frustrated because she thinks that this match should be over. She served for it at 5-4. And now, oftentimes when you listen to Sabalenka after she speaks to a crowd, you guys will have heard this before, she says, "Thanks guys, thanks so much for coming." And she means it genuinely, but I think sometimes she's got, it can become a really tough position for her. We saw it last year at the French Open against Muchova. Muchova used the French crowd who was cheering for the underdog. Well, listen to this crowd now for Emma Navarro. They've got one of their own.
It's going to be Aryna Sabalenka serving here at 5-6 to stay in this set from the near side. Again, has to wait for the crowd once again. She was starting her motion, is now resetting. She bounces the ball off of her foot. Has to get a new ball from the ball crew. Nerves are there. Sabalenka, 5-6 serve. Good out wide. Navarro misses into the net, 15 love.
There was, she moved back a little bit. I don't know if you saw it. It's not a lot. It's never going to be back in the backstop where men, but I think she did move a little bit on the first serve.
One of the few returns she's missed that she's got a racket on.
Forehand through the middle for Navarro. Sabalenka forehand cross. Slice back by Navarro. Forehand inside in from Sabalenka. Catches the line on the near side. It's 30-love.
What I am liking still, though, Sabalenka is not going away, because she could, as we know, she can get very fiery and she can go away for a couple of points. She is working hard to stay in this match.
30-love serve from her tee. Lob return. Sabalenka swinging volley. Good. Navarro digs that out with the forehand, but it's going to miss wide. Wasn't clean on that swinging volley, but it works just the same.
It definitely was not clean, to the fact that Sabalenka put her hand up and said, "I'm sorry," because she knew that it was not clean at all.
So points for the tiebreak here for Aryna Sabalenka. Serve out wide is into the net. Second serve here for Sabalenka. That is good to a Navarro backhand cross. Sabalenka digs out that backhand, but it's going to miss long. 40-15.
She is putting on a clinic of taking advantage of a second serve, because she'll start on that baseline and then she'll take a big hop inside, and she's inside, but the balance and the way she's catching it on the top peak of that ball is absolutely amazing.
Serve here at 40-15, just a bit long. Did not miss by much. Sabalenka shaking out that right hand as well just a little bit before this second serve. 3 of 7 on her second serves here in this set. She pulls back her toss. Tries again here with this second serve at 40-15, 5-6 in the second. That missed wide. That felt like a first serve. Missed well wide.
Now to me, she's starting to see, she caught that first one, so she's starting to notice that Navarro's moving forward, so she's putting more pressure on herself.
Definitely aware of the aggressive nature of Emma's second serve return.
She goes big up the tee. Sabalenka's going to get a backhand, goes cross. Navarro there with the backhand up the line. Yes! From the ground, Emma Navarro finds joy and finds us at deuce.
She also clapping her way. That was absolutely a beautiful backhand, but I cannot say it over enough. Her balance, her footwork is just off the chain.
What do you think, guys? 20 feet behind the baseline or something crazy, and she still had enough strength in her legs and pure technique to get that backhand pass down the line. She was really deep in the court.
Yes, and Sabalenka again having to wait for this crowd before coming up with the goods. A huge ace, and she just roars back at the crowd. My goodness, the drama right now is Sabalenka finds that ace, finds another game point. 8th ace of the night, 5th of the set, none bigger.
Thank you.
101 on that ace. Game point, Sabalenka for the tiebreak.
Emma needs to stay on her, because that roar that she just let out, the crowd is starting to get to her.
Yeah, but that roar of a tiger there. Trying again here with this first serve. Add in for Sabalenka. Serve out wide is wide.
Please.
Yeah, she is not thrilled at this crowd interrupting the headspace in between the first and the second serve. Second serve upcoming here for Sabalenka. Again pulls away, resets her motion for the second time in the last 3 points. Second serve good. Navarro backhand up the line, running forehand Sabalenka. Navarro forehand middle. Sabalenka forehand inside in, just catches the line, and Navarro's forehand misses long. Tie break to decide the second set. David, you didn't look happy again. Maybe Navarro a little bit cautious with that forehand.
The return was excellent again. Once again, I feel like I like her forehand so much. I think she can push the envelope just a fraction more to be the dictator of the points just a little bit more, because Aryna is just deadly. And then everything is under her control. Now, she has had a couple of blemishes in the last 10 minutes where she's given Emma a look back in the match, but ideally, when you get a chance to take control, go ahead and do it.
Navarro serving from the far side to start this tie break. This is the first tie break of the U.S. Open for both women here. Missed her first serve, second serve is good. Sabalenka misses a backhand well long. Navarro 7 and 6 tie breaks through the year. Sabalenka 7 and 3.
Mike, Sabalenka's got to be careful here, because it's fine to get pumped up. She roars at the crowd there that couple points ago. but she can't let the crowd get into her head, and she's just teetering on that right now.
Absolutely right, and that was what you were afraid of even a couple nights ago when she was talking about buying drinks for everyone because she knew the crowd was going to be against her. Serve off the net and wide here with Sabalenka serving from the near side. Maybe we need another round of free drinks. Change the mood in there. Second serve here at 0-1 in the breaker. Second is into the net. It's another double.
That's when you start saying what she has consistently been doing, whether she made it or not, will pay off. And I got to give her credit because she is not spending a lot of time looking over her box. She is really on point what her and a coach decided to do, and she is staying with it.
2-0, serve good. Navarro backhand middle. Sabalenka backhand cross. Navarro backhand slice, lands short. Sabalenka steps to it, forehand inside out. Lob Navarro. Sabalenka swinging, volley good. Navarro there. Oh, it got through her racket somehow. She was definitely there. She might have overrun it.
She overran that ball. She overran it.
Yeah, she was moving so fast. She had to guess which way the ball was going to be put away. She guessed forehand, and she was moving at such a clip that she didn't exactly whiff it, but in cricket, you'd be caught by the wicket keeper right there. That's what we call a little snick off the edge of the racket.
So 2-1, Navarro with the mini break edge. Again, from the far side right now to the at corner. Serve into the net. Has improved a little bit here on the second serves. Now 3 of 7 here in this set is Navarro. This is a big one. Second serve's good. Sabalenka backhand cross. Navarro digs out a backhand middle. Sabalenka rolls a forehand to it. Navarro forehand up the line. Sabalenka backhand cross. Navarro digs that out, catches the line. Sabalenka slice off the backhand side. Navarro backhand cross into the net. It's 2-all.
Yeah, just a little bad luck there. One time, she's just a little off balance on that ball.
One of the very few, what you'd call unforced errors. Most of the errors have been forced because Sabalenka hits the ball at such a tremendous clip. That one, she was equal in the point, got a nice width on the previous cross-court backhand, and a very, very rare blemish from Emma there.
Yeah, just the 13th unforced error compared to 22 forced errors. Serve good. Sabalenka with a backhand return, sliced from Navarro. Sabalenka backhand cross. Navarro has to slice again. Sabalenka steps in, backhand cross, slice again from Navarro. Sabalenka backhand cross. Backhand over the top there from Navarro, catches the baseline, so does Sabalenka. Sabalenka now backhand cross, Navarro digs that out, up the line. Sabalenka forehand, back up the line, slice from Navarro. Sabalenka stepping in, forehand, Navarro forehand up the line, volley, Sabalenka, good! The mini break for Aryna Sabalenka, 3-2, she's back out in front.
Sabalenka, I mean, you just got to take your heads off. Now, somebody need to buy her a drink because she was in every point. She did not go away. She just keeps coming and coming and coming to you. She does not. But for her to finish at the net and hit a backhand volley, you know she's going to be happy.
I'll say, because that might be the first volley she's hit all match, and it was a pretty important time, and she just diced it away like she had an Australian passport.
I'm very confused by that one, but I'm going to ask you about it later. Serve is good, return is not. Sabalenka will head to the other side here with a 4-2 edge in this tie break. That was a big serve out wide. Oh, boy.
And I actually got the passport thing because you guys live so far down under that you always have when you're going to different countries and you got to.
Well, it was a little bit of a cocky statement. we Australians.
He meant that the Australians volley well, guys.
Yes, it's like our birthright. Get with it. It's our birthright. You're not allowed to volley badly if you're Australian.
Okay,
What a pivotal,
I did get it.
Guys, what a pivotal few points there from Sabalenka. She's really settled herself now, has the mini break, and has taken the crowd just that smidge out of it.
She has one more serve here at 4-2. From the far side now to the deuce corner. Serve, Sabalenka, good. Navarro forehand to a Sabalenka forehand cross, chipped back from Navarro. Sabalenka steps in, big forehand cross again. Lob Navarro. Sabalenka has to retreat, but the lob misses long. Sabalenka 2 points away at 5-2.
I mean, all you can do is sit there and shake your head. When the Sabalenka has the opportunity to move forward, whether she's coming in it or not, she is taking all of her weight and moving forward. The force that's coming, she has a serious presence.
I think Emma can learn from this. Like, it's on her terms right now. Aryna Sabalenka, she's had some misses, but the match will be decided on her racket.
2-5, serve good. Sabalenka chips a return to a Navarro forehand. Sabalenka forehand cross. Sabalenka runs to a forehand up the line now. Navarro tracks down a backhand. Sabalenka drop shot to the deuce side. It's perfect. And now she has to punch that into the ad corner. She's got that too. 6 straight points for Aryna Sabalenka. Match points upcoming.
I mean, from last year to this year, just those points alone, where Sabalenka literally hit a forehand hard down the line, hit a drop shot, and then followed the drop shot up. That's something that she has definitely added into her game.
Her composure has grown.
Yes. She couldn't do this last year.
This is a big improvement in her overall game.
2-6, match point. Serve into the net for Navarro. Sabalenka stepping inside the baseline for this return at 2-6. Navarro, second serve. Toss, serve good. Sabalenka back in up the line. In behind it. Volley Sabalenka. Navarro lob. Sabalenka with an overhead. Good! And Aryna Sabalenka soars into her second straight US Open final. Straight sets over Emma Navarro. 6-3, 7-6.
I can't believe what I just saw. She literally she came and finished the match at the net, which lets me know that that was the part she has added onto her game, and she wanted to finish it there.
That's definitely a case of a champion taking the match by the scruff of the neck. Emma did virtually nothing wrong, maybe one unforced error, one in the tiebreaker perhaps, but my word, I mean, she just took the match by the scruff of the neck there with her power and a finesse.
Nick McCarville, 7 straight points to end it, as well as Emma Navarro leaves the court.
Yeah, Mike, listen to the appreciation. What a U.S. Open for Emma Navarro. She walks off the court, and all of us in tennis are applauding her too. It has been an incredible year for her, knocking on the door of the top 10, gets into her first Grand Slam semifinal. And how well did she comport herself tonight? That first set, Sabalenka played out of this world, and in the second set, Navarro continued to come at Aryna, Mike. But I just thought this was pro stuff. This is experience, this is veteran, this is one of the top players in the world. She wants to win her first US Open.
Aryna Sabalenka heading back out onto court. Pam Shriver whispering something into her ear before they start their interview. What a way to finish as well. 7 straight points. Let's hear from Aryna Sabalenka.
Sabalenka, you are back in the US Open final. What does it mean to you?
Well, guys, now for me, well, I mean, it's a bit late. That really means a lot, and even though you guys were supporting her, I had the goosebumps from you cheering up her, and there was really incredible atmosphere. I really enjoy playing, and she's such a great player, a really tough opponent, and I'm really happy to get through these difficult semifinals.
I want to see how aware you are of something in the second set. Do you want to take a guess at how many consecutive first serves you both made over many service games? You want to take a guess?
Like the percentage, you mean?
No, how many in a row first serves in between both of you? Put it this way, you'd be legal to drink in this country with this number.
I don't know.
21 straight first serves. Yeah, exactly.
Probably she made it, not me. It didn't feel that way, but wow, that's a great stats, and I'm gonna remember that and keep focusing on that and keep staying positive.
But while we're on the age of 21, you did make a commitment the other day that if the crowd helped you a little bit, so is there anybody getting free drinks tonight on Aryna Sabalenka?
Guys, margarina for everyone from Double Tequila. You're welcome.
Okay, in a couple of days, you'll play in the US Open final again. I know you don't know who you're going to play. Do you really care at this point?
No, I don't really care because today was a good test of the crowd cheering for my opponent, and even though even if it's going to be Pegula, I mean, I don't care. I'm ready to face whoever, and lesson from the last year learned, and I really hope I'm going to do a little bit better than I did last year.
Last question before I let you go. How much did you think of last year in the last 10 or 15 minutes of the match when things got super loud?
I was like, okay, Arina, you have to stay focused, stay in your thoughts, focus on yourself. And yeah, I was thinking a lot, and I was like, no, guys, not this time.
Congratulations on being back in the U.S. Open final, Aryna Sabalenka.
Well, very impressive performance. And before we get to David and Zina here, Nick, your final thoughts. You're going to be sticking around, obviously, for the second semifinal as well, but your final thoughts about Aryna Sabalenka, that impressive performance down the stretch.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I just thought it was really poignant what she just said there. She said that the crowd was starting to get to her and that she had to stay in her own space, and this was her match to win. And she has just grown. It's really fun to watch Sabalenka grow and evolve, because it's not just about power tennis. It is about many other things. It's about that Australian volley, Macca. It's about the serve. It's about the power. And I think whoever she faces, she's the favorite, Mike, in Saturday's final.
And I thought it was a really nice speech too. She's showing perspective there that perhaps as a younger player she didn't have. Like, she understands immediately after the battle is done that she's got nothing against the crowd. She understands that they're supporting the American, but they can still appreciate her as a champion. So that was, I thought, a nice moment, a fun moment with the crowd afterwards, acknowledging that you weren't for me tonight. I understand, though. I don't hold it against you. It was a great contest between two fantastic, awesome players.
She's a little cheeky when she does that, and it's really cute. But I think she uses it, and she uses it in a positive way to get her up and to keep her up. But I was just looking out here, first set, 9 out of 11 times she came to the net, total 14 out of 17. That was the impressive part to me, and the way she closed that match out was really exceptional.
Yeah, because it just capitalizing on the ability with those massive ground strokes. It doesn't have to be 3-4 volleys. It's just hit the big ground stroke, come in, finish with one.
And even when she made mistakes, she did not back off.
No.
She trusted in herself. She had a little momentary blemish here and there, a lapse of confidence, but only for a small fraction of time. And then she reset immediately like the great players do. And she understands her game. She understands that she controls the match. And that's exactly what happened in the second set tiebreaker.
And Macca, you said it exactly. The ability to bounce back after getting broken in that 5-4 service game, that wasn't happening here last year. And that is really an impressive show of growth for her on the mental side. In terms of the matchups, she is 1-2 versus Muchova, 5-2 versus Jessica Pegula. Thoughts on how we start to look forward to Pegula Muchova here in the next 15 minutes?
Yeah, well, if she plays the way she played right today, it's going to be tough for whoever she plays. I just thought Sabalenka just played exceptionally well. I think that if Jessica wins, I think she will give her a little bit more trouble, because that ball's going to, Jessica's depth is really, like I said, I saw last night, was absolutely amazing. I think she's moving much better. I think she will come in, she'll serve much better, first serve. She'll have a little bit more power.
Macca?
Boy, I mean, she was so impressive tonight. It's hard to imagine anyone beating her in the final, but this is sports, and every day is a new day, and emotions are different from semifinals to finals. So we'll just have to see. It should be another great semifinal ahead between Jessie and Muchova.
I just want to go back to Emma.
Yes, I was going to let you finish there.
I mean, what we saw today, and I'm going to say it again 100 million times more, she grew tonight.
Yeah.
And she grew in the way that she will win a Grand Slam. Because, and the reason why I said that is because a lot of times, and you know this as a coach, people will get away when the pressure starts getting on them, get away what they've talked about doing. She stayed true to what she was trying to do. She just got outplayed at some crucial times right now, but I was very impressed with her.
And in a match like this, on a stage like this, shows what you need to work on. And Maka, you're hitting on it. That serve, if it improves 5 to 10%, I think about on the men's side what Jannik Sinner did, right? Just that change from platform to pinpoint. You know, John Isner has said it's about 5 to 10% better. He went from that 5-ish range, 5 to 7 range. She's at the top of the game now, and I think that is possible for Navarro as well.
I think that would be really smart. I know that Jannik Sinner has adjusted his serve 2 or 3 times in recent times to just looking for that extra edge to make it just even better than it already is. And I think that's what sometimes players struggle, is they struggle when they think, oh, it's not broken, let me not mess with it. But I really think if she can get into the workshop in the off season and try and find a little 20% extra power and precision, that would just go a long way to matching up a little better against an on-fire Aryna Sabalenka in the future.
But just remember, when she wins the Grand Slam, Zina Garrison called it before anybody else. Maybe not, but there might have been 1 or 2 people, but that's a pretty big call.
She literally, a lot of players we see that are coming up, they're good players, but she has what it takes. It's very hard, and you know this as a coach and a player, it's very hard to stay in the middle of something that a coach has tried to get you to do with that kind of pressure, and she did not waver.
Maka, Zina, it was a lot of fun.
Oh, I had a great time with both
Thank you, Mike.
guys. Thank you.
Russ Naylor, Sophie Amiak, joining you on the other side of a break for Muchova and Pegula here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Serve good. Sabalenka backing up the line. In behind it. Volley Sabalenka. Navarro lob. Sabalenka with an overhead. Good! And Aryna Sabalenka soars into her second straight US Open final. Straight sets over Emma Navarro. 6-3, 7-6.
Welcome to the 2024 US Open, the next chapter of Spectacular.
Sensing the moment, approaches the baseline, answers with a backhand, missing, cross court. We're going to a third set tiebreak, and the crowd is on their feet inside Ash. That powerful backhand has been stifling this afternoon.
Get ready for the next to go down in history.
The greatest of all time turns back the clock and is moving on.
The next epic match destined to leave you breathless.
It's an ace, and the dream has become a reality.
The next challenger, the next unbelievable moments, the next champion.
He winds up flat on his back, he's turned over, he's sobbing, and he is the US Open champion.
Are you ready for the next chapter of Spectacular? Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Over the last few weeks, so I'm going to try and do my best to do that tonight.
Both of you have had injuries this year. You're both playing great in this summer. How much does that help, knowing that you're playing against someone that has also faced adversity in a big match like this tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think we know that we both have nothing to lose at this point. Obviously, she's been playing really free, really loose, after what she's, gone through for the past year. So I'm sure she's going to come out and, swing for the fences. And I think I'm just going to have to be ready to battle tonight.
Jess, good luck tonight.
Welcome to semifinal number 2 at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Karolina Muchova of Czech Republic and American Jessica Pegula for the right to face Aryna Sabalenka Saturday in the US Open final. Here's the public address announcer.
New York, let's welcome the players for our next semifinal. From the Czech Republic, Karolina Muchova. And from the United States, Jessica Pegula.
Welcome to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Russ Thaler, Sophie Almiak on the call. Nick McCarville is courtside tonight at Arthur Ashe Stadium for our second of 2 women's singles semifinals. In the first semifinals, Aryna Sabalenka into the Final Four for the 4th straight year at the US Open, now into the final for the 2nd straight year. Remember, she lost in 3 to Coco Gauff in last year's championship match. Now, for the right to face Aryna Sabalenka on Saturday, it's Jessica Pegula, who for the first time in 7 tries in quarterfinal action in major tournaments, Pegula has advanced to the semifinals here at the US Open against Karolina Muchova, a semifinalist a year ago here in New York, a finalist at Roland Garros, but injuries have derailed her 2024. She seems healthy, and boy, is she on a run through New York, Sophie.
Well, she is on a run in New York as we're looking at Billie Jean King, who is going to help the coin toss here on court, the legend, and that is great to see her out there. But yes, Muchova is absolutely on a tear, and it's absolutely, for me, amazing to see after about 7 to 9 months being off the tour after last year, having injury, going to go through surgery with her wrist, and she's back and better, much better, I think.
Just say challenge, point at these shots. Any question about video review? No. For towels, white color, red color. Any question? No? So this is heads, and this is tails. Karolina? That's it? You say heads? That's it. Tails. Serve. Okay, one picture please facing that side.
Nacho Forcadell is our chair umpire for this match from Spain. He has given the players their instructions. Let's check in with the third person in our broadcast team. Nick McCarville is courtside in the whisper position. Nick, The first semifinal saw one American, Emma Navarro, come up short. What's the vibes like in Ash to see Jessica Pegula and Karolina Muchova now?
Well, hi Russ. Hi Sophie.
Hi,
I'm not gonna. I'm not. Do I have to whisper?
No.
Is that the rule here?
Not right now.
Well, if you talk like that and they yell at you, you should probably whisper.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you. Actually, thanks for that reminder. No, the vibe's interesting actually right now because I'll just be honest. It's a little flat in here. A lot of folks loved especially that second set, Russ, and so a lot of them have gone out for a bite to eat, a little to drink. There was very little reception for Karolina Muchova, but man, what a 12 months she's had to be back here on this stage. Literally 12 months to the day since she battled Coco Gauff in a really tough semifinal. And you guys will talk about it all night, but I just think that both these players hopefully are going to be able to play free tonight. Muchova's already been to a Grand Slam final at the French Open. Jess Pegula finally broke that streak of six Grand Slam quarterfinals lost. They're going through their warm-up steps right now. They look pretty loose. They both look good. Muchova spoke about not feeling well in her quarterfinal against Haddad Maia. Hopefully they've sorted that out. She said she had a little bit of a stomach bug. Looking at both of their boxes, there is some sort of coordinated shirt going on that I'm gonna have to get to the bottom of. I think that's the Pegula box, but I'm gonna have to get a close-up on the camera. So vibes are good. We're ready for the second semifinal, guys. And once the crowd gets back in, we could tell, Russ, from that first match, they're gonna be all Pegula because they were definitely backing Emma Navarro. And is that going to bother Muchova? I don't think so, not too much, but it's certainly a home match for the Buffalo, New York native, Jessie Pegula.
Jessica Pegula, born in New York City, grew up in Buffalo, New York. We heard Jessica's comments to Renee Stubbs just prior to coming on court for this semifinal. Let's show you and listen to Karolina Muchova speaking to Renee before she stepped on the court.
You recently played against Jess in Cincinnati. What did you learn from that match that you can actually turn it around and do something different tonight?
Oh, what I learned. I don't remember what was yesterday, so it's tough to say what was 2 weeks ago, but it was nice that we play each other, and this is a different tournament, different conditions, so I'm just trying to be in the moment and bring the best in it tonight.
Well, speaking of the moment, you've been through so much in the last 12 months. How much does it mean to you to actually be back here in another semi-final at the US Open?
It's unbelievable. I'm very happy. It's crazy good. Yeah, again, can't be more happy that I'm here.
All right, well, best of luck tonight.
And that was Karolina Muchova before she stepped onto the court for this semifinal match against Jessica Pegula. Want to say hello to everybody watching us on usopen.org. The US Open app, listening to us there, TuneIn Radio and SiriusXM, and of course on the US Open Tennis Championships YouTube channel on the live stream. We are live. Sophie Amiak, Russ Thaler, Nick McCarville on the call. Jessica Pegula and Karolina Muchova finishing up their serves, and we're almost ready for play. Contrast in styles, Sophie, between these two. How do you expect this to look out on the court tonight?
Well, I did a little bit of, a rundown of what I thought. And I thought, as far as the serve, I would give a little plus on the first serve, especially to Muchova, because she has the ability to move the ball and to maybe hit it and serve and volley. And on the return, I will go the side a little bit more of Jessica Pegula, because she's one of the best receivers on tour. So it's going to be a balance of how well Muchova is going to be able to serve with the return of Jess, who's going to be attacking that return when she can. On the serve and volley, there's obviously a lot more tools in the bag of Muchova, who can serve and volley, return, come in, hit the drop shot. More linear play for Jessica. So Jessica is a great mover, and she's moving better and better, I think, in the past probably 2-3 months with the work that they've been doing with her coaches on court, training on court, getting her quicker to react and to defend and to bring 1 or 2 more balls, which we saw against Swiatek. It worked unbelievably well. So the forward run, maybe the sprint forward and that first explosive step might not be as good as the sideway. I would get Muchova to try to maybe drop shot here and there, which she's capable of doing. And of course, we have the great volleys of Muchova. And I think Muchova needs to come in to put the pressure if she wants to win this match.
Karolina Muchova and Jessica Pegula are making their way to the baseline. Muchova will serve to start this match in the near court to the number 6 seed, Jessica Pegula. Karolina Muchova has served and volleyed more than any player, man or woman, so far in this U.S. Open. She has the ball to serve first. And it's time to play in semifinal number 2 of the 2024 U.S. Open. Karolina Muchova ready for the first serve of the first point of this match. Here we go. Ball is up into the tape. Second serve coming. Jessica Pegula was standing inside the baseline to return the second serve of Iga Swiatek in the quarterfinals. And Pegula right up on the baseline again to receive the second serve from Muchova, who serves it off the top of the tape, and she'll have another shot at a second serve.
Yeah, she's way ahead of the baseline inside the court. Definitely sending a message.
Aggressive stance from Pegula. Here comes the second serve offering from Muchova. Spinner again clipping the top of the net. So she'll have a third go at a second serve on this first point. Into her motion, here comes Muchova, and then she stops her toss, catches, will restart again. Karolina Muchova throws it up, and here we go. Second serve to the backhand of Pegula, return down the middle, deep to the forehand of Muchova, and now Jessica puts it into the net on the backhand side. It's 15-love.
It's been really impressive from both players. They've yet to lose a set. I mean, both of them coming into the semifinal without having to be totally forced to a 3-set match. I think that that's very important for both of them. One advantage, Muchova finished earlier yesterday.
First serve into the tape.
Sorry, as Pegula was a night match and Muchova was first match on.
Pegula was able to get out in straight sets against Iga Swiatek. It wasn't a particularly late night, but here she is on back-to-back days. Both players now. Muchova sliced to the middle of the court. Pegula forehand inside out, a little deep looking for the backhand of Muchova.
And already Muchova using the slice in the rally. You know that she's going to definitely change the pace and not give the right pace, because you know we know Jessica loves that ball right about hip level. Very flat hitter.
30-love. First serve from Muchova down to the backhand of Pegula. Well done on the first serve. First serve made, forces the return error, and it's 40-love. Muchova. First serve to the forehand of Pegula into the right hip of Jessie, and she pushes it long. And Karolina Muchova holds it love to start this second semifinal on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Pretty quiet in there, Nick. So you might have to whisper in case you want them to hear everything you're saying.
I just don't want the players to hear all of my sage knowledge, guys. No, good opening game there from Muchova. I thought Pegula just a little flat-footed in that opening game, but I will say, Sophie, you were in here earlier. It's getting quite chilly. The conditions are cooling off, so I'm curious, Soph, where does that advantage lie between these two players?
Yeah, that's a good point here, as we are starting to see the first serve here in the second game from Pegula.
Return deep to the backhand side of Pegula, and another error into the net from Jessica Pegula. And I'm starting to wonder if maybe there's some nerves for Jessie in her very first major semifinal on home soil.
Oh, it could be. There's no doubt. I think there's nerves for both of them, but one is dealing obviously better than the other right now. But back to your question, I think probably I would think that if it's slower, it's going to help definitely Muchova just to have a little more time, and also, herself to try to dictate and change the pace like she's doing right now with a slice backhand. Now missing a mark with a forehand down the line. But, I don't think that really, the weather is going to have so much impact.
Well, right now it's 15-all. Miss off the forehand wing from Muchova. Jessica Pegula with the toss into the first serve. Down the tee, but long. Second serve coming for Muchova to look at. Second serve to the backhand of Muchova, to the backhand of Pegula, who pulls it cross court and wide, and it's 15-30.
But another point, you know, to your question, Nick, is that when they played last, it was 2 hours and 20 minutes. It was in Cincinnati, and it was lightning fast. And obviously, Pegula prevailed 6-2 in the third, thinking that maybe the faster surface is definitely helping Pegula.
15-30, first serve to the forehand of Muchova down the tee. That induces the return error, and it's 30-all.
Yeah, so I agree with that. And these are a little slower conditions. And guys, this has been a nervy start for Jess, just a little flat. Needs this opening game hold, I think, to settle in. That was a weird service motion, too.
And into the net on that first serve. Muchova will have a look at the Pegula second serve here. 30-all second game. Muchova won the first at love. Backhand return to the backhand of Pegula. Now a slice into the forehand side of Pegula, who lifts the forehand cross court. Muchova tries to go down the line with her forehand, sends it long, and it's 40-30.
I'm surprised to not see yet Muchova coming to the net, especially on second serve, maybe attacking and coming in. We've seen this happening throughout the tournament from her.
So game point for Jessica Pegula. It's 40-30. Serve to the forehand wing of Muchova. Another error off that forehand side. And Jessica Pegula holds for 1-all. A nervy start, as you guys said, from both players. And it's Muchova who started to throw in some forehand errors there.
Listen, guys, I'm just happy they're both kitted out in Adidas. I'm just happy they're not wearing the same outfit, because that's one of my pet peeves.
I'm with you.
Okay?
I'm with you.
Jess has got the dress on, and Karolina rocking the shorts and black shorts, purple top.
So Muchova serving at 1-all. First serve to the backhand of Pegula, return down the middle. Muchova tries to go inside out in the forehand, misses wide. It's love 15. Now at love 15, Muchova with Pegula standing about 5 feet behind the baseline. Muchova looking for the tee and missing the first serve. And now Jessica Pegula will take about 3 steps forward, 1 step into the court with her left foot right on the baseline, and now she'll move forward off the second serve, return into the forehand of Muchova, deep to the backhand of Pegula, backhand towards the backhand wing, but Muchova another error, this time on the backhand side into the net. It's love 30, and Muchova starts to jog in place. Looks like she's trying to warm herself up a little bit, maybe shake off some of the nerves that she's feeling early in this match.
Yeah, and definitely residual from, you know, yesterday's match when she was really having trouble with the GI problem and, you know, had to go to the bathroom like twice during the sets. So this has been, you know, quite difficult, I'm sure, for her.
First serve to the forehand of Pegula. Strong serve from Muchova, forcing the return error, and it's 30-15.
Well, I'm sure the crowd is kind of a letdown considering how great that match was before, and this is a very slow start for both players. Really nothing happening so far in those 2.5 games.
That's why it's as quiet as can be, and a lot of seats still empty with fans. Probably first serve out wide. Serving volley from Muchova for the first time, knocks off the first volley after a brilliant first serve. And from being around the Open as much as we all have, pretty sure those fans have gone out to the bathroom, gotten something to drink. They're also coming down emotionally from the high of that first semifinal, but they'll pick it back up once they get into their seats and this match starts cooking. I have no doubt that Arthur Ashe is going to be humming in no time at all. 30-all at 1-all, first set. Karolina Muchova goes for the big serve down the tee, misses long. Second serve for Jessica Pegula, who again, now with both feet fully inside the baseline to return this second serve in the deuce court. Here comes Muchova's offering to the forehand of Pegula. She goes down the line to the backhand of Muchova, who chips it, and Pegula throws in a drop shot winner, and as her first break point opportunity, it's 30-40.
I love that play. It's just so smart. I thought it would be coming from the racket of Muchova first, the drop shot in this match. We've seen how the drop shot was so effective also from the racket of Sabalenka earlier, and she disguised that so well.
First real set of strain for either player here. Muchova serving at 30-40. Brilliant serve out wide. Another serve and volley. Muchova backhand volley. Slices deep to the corner. Pegula throws up a defensive lob. Muchova with an overhead that doesn't get put away. But Pegula's reply is met by a beautiful half volley drop shot winner from Muchova, saving a break point.
And again, asking the question, Jessica Pegula is just retrieving so many balls. First, the volley that could have been a winner about 90% against the other field, the rest of the field. And then the overhead. I thought maybe she was going to even be capable of getting that half volley, but it wasn't. Back to deuce.
First serve out wide and long up the line. So Pegula will get another look at a second serve, and she'll step inside the baseline once again. Muchova serving at 60% on first serve. Here's the second serve offering deep to the backhand of Pegula. Goes inside out to the forehand of Muchova and then nets a forehand herself, does Pegula. And Muchova's got a point for 2-1.
I think Jessica needs herself to get her blood flowing and maybe move also and jog a little bit. Doesn't do it enough, I think, sometimes, especially when the butterflies are there still.
After saving a break point, game point now for Karolina Muchova. First serve into the backhand of Pegula, and it's a clean return winner. Cross court from the American, and it's deuce right on the line.
Muchova thought it was going to go wide. Surprised.
Yeah, Muchova looked up at Nacho Forcadell like, are you kidding? That ball was in, and they just rolled the replay on the screen, smack on the line. The nerves are still heavy out here, guys. Both players.
First serve to the forehand of Pegula, return cross court to the forehand of Muchova. And nerves, you say, Nick, showing again on the forehand side of Karolina Muchova. Another error off that wing, and a second breakpoint opportunity for Jessica Pegula. And we'll see if the crowd responds, if Pegula is able to pick up a break. Still a lot of people waiting in the wings to get back into Arthur Ashe Stadium after they left between match 1 and match 2. First serve to the backhand of Pegula, return cross court. Muchova slices deep to the backhand of Pegula. Now goes down the line with topspin off the backhand wing. Cross court to the forehand of Muchova. Now a chip forehand in the middle from Pegula, which Muchova takes full advantage of. Rips it cross court into the forehand wing of Jessica Pegula, who can do nothing but knock it into the net, and it's deuce.
Probably the best point for Muchova so far as putting it together and making it like a good tactical point here.
Level starting to raise just a little bit here. Maybe the nerves starting to flatten out. It's deuce at 1-all. First set, second semifinal. Winner to face Aryna Sabalenka. Straight set winner over American Emma Navarro in the first semifinal. An incredibly high quality semi from both players. Second serve from Muchova at 1-all deuce. Pegula steps in, inside out backhand return to the forehand, and Muchova again misses on the forehand wing, and it's a break chance for Pegula. There's a little bit of deja vu, Sophie, in that last night Pegula really worked on the Swiatek forehand, and now she's going after the Muchova forehand.
Yeah, that's unusual though, to see the amount of enforced error from that forehand wing. It's very flat right now. It looks like she's not even finishing her stroke with enough topspin.
So a third breakpoint opportunity now for Jessica Pegula. First serve from Muchova, tries to go down the tee, and it's long. Now let's see if Pegula gets really aggressive on a second serve breakpoint. Inside the baseline is Pegula. Here comes the offering from Muchova to the forehand of Jessica Pegula, and Jessie puts it into the net, trying to pull it inside in down the line.
Well, they're both really struggling here. I mean, it's one after the other. It's almost like who wants it at this stage as far as this game. Closing on 9 minutes here.
And the crowd senses the nerves it feels as well, because there's just a low mumbling going on right now at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Back to deuce in a game that's lasted well over 7 minutes at this point. Muchova nets her first serve, and Pegula will step in again, looking at the Muchova second serve. She's been consistently returning to the forehand side of Muchova, which has produced all sorts of errors so far early in this match. And it's a second serve to the forehand, back to the forehand of Muchova. Muchova inside out, clean winner off the forehand wing, and it's a game point.
That must be feeling much better for Muchova, just going for it, extending a racket head towards the target with that, going around the backhand very quickly with the footwork. Absolutely beautiful. And a good acceleration at impact, low to high action, putting a lot of topspin, finishing above a left shoulder, or level of it at least.
Game point now for Muchova. And another first serve into the net. That first serve percentage is dropping down to 53% from 65 at the start of this game. Second serve coming. Pegula backhand return down the middle to the forehand of Muchova, who loops it high to the forehand of Pegula, and Jessie misses wide, and finally, after much effort, Karolina Muchova holds for 2-1. Nick, are there a lot of people coming in now?
Yeah, a few different things happening here. It's actually pretty full, but folks definitely coming back in, Russ. And you know, you're right. The murmur. It's night session, U.S. Open. There's the honey deuces are flowing. I think it's just going to take a few games for people to really re-engage. It's going to take, hopefully, for the American crowd, some lightning stuff from Jessica Pegula. But that was a pretty tight. Sophie, I kept waiting for her to really just to take a full crack at one of those balls, and she just didn't do it in that last game. Missed several into the net, and still just fighting some of those nerves. So hopefully she can shake those off. But right now, Muchova, to me, is just that smidge more settled right now.
I agree, and yeah, you're right. I thought also for Jessica that she was probably going to go for it a little more, but she's a little flat. There is no doubt. And you know, it's not much better, but just enough for Muchova to hold after saving those 3 break points.
And we'll see if the nerves continue as Jessica Pegula, now she comes over to serve at 1-2, having squandered 3 break point opportunities. So the pressure could be building on the Pegula side, if only because of the missed opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the beginning. I mean, it's hard to look even at those stats and make anything out of it, except, you know, to talk about the butterflies and the nerves from both players, because it's uncanny to see the amount of mistakes they're making and the percentage of first serves, you know, at 50% for both of them. It's, you know, it's just not there.
It's a nervy start to begin. Jessica Pegula serving at 1-2. First serve on the way, trying to swing it out wide towards the Muchova forehand. It's way long and wide. Second serve coming. Here comes Pegula's second serve offering quickly into the windup. Now to the backhand of Muchova. And Muchova spins it long and deep towards the backhand of Jessica Pegula. It's 15-love. First serve at 15-love in the ad court from Jessie Pegula into the middle of the box towards the forehand of Muchova. Loops it deep to the backhand of Pegula. Now a forehand cross court from Pegula, forcing the slice out of Muchova. Now making her change directions, going behind Muchova. Pegula down the line with the forehand. Muchova a short forehand inside out and charges the net and beautifully sticks a volley into the open court. It's 15-all.
She has a feel and a sense of the courts. When she hits that backhand right here, and she sees right here that the slice is coming, how she moved in to take that volley, it is absolutely grand. I remember Martina Navratilova having that sense, and you know, playing those balls to come into the net, either volleying or half volleying perfectly well, and that is a reminder of that.
First serve from Pegula into the backhand of Muchova, and Muchova forces the error off the Pegula forehand. It's 15-30.
Not much reaction there from the Pegula box either. She's on that end of the court.
15-30 at 1-2, way wide. And Nick, to your point earlier about this service motion of Pegula, she looked stiff and out of sorts in that first serve. Second serve kicker to the backhand of Muchova. Return cross court into the backhand of Pegula. Down the middle of the court, slice backhand from Muchova. Now a cross court forehand from Muchova. Down the line goes Pegula. And now Jessica Pegula looking to slice into the middle of the court. Can't get her hips out of the way. And it's 15-40.
Yeah, the movement is just not there right now. The little footwork, the little adjustments of the footwork is just not apparent at all. It's now 2 break points.
After squandering 3 of her own, Pegula's facing it lose 2 break points. First serve down the tee is in. Muchova slice forehand to the forehand of Pegula, and Jessie puts it into the net. Game plan's working like a T right now for Muchova. Anything short and low is giving the American all sorts of problems. It's 3-1 Karolina Muchova in the first.
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, Sophie. I just wanted to say Jess went and switched out her
Yeah.
racket. They're not happy with the tension right now.
Yeah, well, let's see if that helps, because you're right. I mean, right now she's just not dealing with the change of pace, depth, and height of the ball that Muchova is putting in the points, and playing very smart, I think.
Wonder if it's the tension in the racket or the tension in the body. Either way, it's 3-1 Muchova. First serve is a service winner for Karolina Muchova, and it's 15-love. And Jessica Pegula now starting to talk to her box just a little bit. And looking a little bit frustrated with the way that she's reacting to playing in her very first major semifinal. 15-love at 3-1. Karolina Muchova serving to Jessica Pegula. Muchova in the near court, and the first serve is to the backhand of Pegula. A serve and volley, picks it up on the one bounce, and Muchova just chips a forehand behind Pegula, and it's 30-love.
And every time that she's serving in volley, she used the kick serve wide. She puts a lot of topspin in that serve. Here, took her time, didn't want to take that in the air, thought that it was better to let it bounce, and it was executed perfectly, wrong footing Pegula.
30-love. And an ace down the tee for Karolina Muchova, and she's got 3 points for a 4-1 lead in the first.
And the exact amount of winners, 2 and 4 serves for Muchova. 6 winners, 6 and 4, 7 and 4 on the other side for 2 winners only for Pegula.
Game point for Muchova. First serve to the forehand of Jessie, who chips a return down the middle. Then a forehand inside out from Muchova. Now a forehand cross court has Pegula on the run. Muchova running in, catching it on the fly. Backhand volley winner, and it's 4-1 Karolina Muchova in the first set of this second semifinal. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And welcome back to everybody joining us on usopen.org, the US Open app, TuneIn Radio, Sirius XM, or on our YouTube channel, US Open Tennis Championships. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak with you in studio, Nick McCarville courtside, and Jessica Pegula at 1-4 in the first set. A good first serve out wide forces the error from Karolina Muchova, and it's 15-love, and Pegula needs to get her gears going here. And she's down 1-4 in the first set to Muchova. First serve to the forehand of Muchova. Deep return, and Muchova moves forward. First volley good into the forehand of Pegula, and an overhead winner from Karolina Muchova, and she is starting to move forward 6 for 6.
You've got it. 6 for 6 coming forward to the net. I was asking the question at 1-all and 1 or 2.5 games in, and surely she started to come forward and just have been perfect so far.
First serve into the net at 15-all from Jessica Pegula. Second serve coming. Karolina Muchova with about a half step behind the baseline. Now stepping into return to the forehand of Pegula. Now a forehand inside out from Muchova. And again, she moves forward. What a perfect pickup off her toes Karolina Muchova grabbing it off her shoe tops and finding the court, and it's 15-30.
She is dealing with that transition ball, that first ball that you hit when you come in so well. And this one was definitely one to be really, really difficult to make. And of course, who is in the fan club of this? Martina Navratilova with a fist pump going, yes, serve it and volley, come in, come to the net, please.
15-30, Jessica Pegula forehand in the midcourt to the backhand of Muchova. Now a backhand to the backhand of Muchova. Muchova changes direction and cracks a clean winner down the line. It's 15-40, and just like that, Muchova has 2 break chances for a 5-1 lead. Shocking developments here at Arthur Ashe Stadium. And the crowd is trying to get behind the American.
She's starting to play perfect tennis right now, Muchova.
First serve down the tee. Muchova returned to the forehand of Jessica Pegula. Deep forehand reply from the American. Muchova nets the forehand. It's 30-40, and the crowd is starting to come alive.
Yeah, Russ, the crowd's really trying to get behind Jess. Still has a break point to face down. She's playing so fast, though, that they almost didn't have the chance to do that last roar.
Pegula serving at 30-40. First serve to the forehand of Muchova. Return to the middle of the court. Jessie goes inside out. Now Pegula moves forward and makes a mess of a first volley on her shoe tops. And there's the break. It's 5-1 Muchova.
Yeah, I'm not sure that she should have probably left that one bounce because she was a little late to get to it and doesn't have the same ability or sensation right now that Muchova has on a racket. You know, it's a good stat to look at is, as it stands, Muchova holds the best winner to unforced error differential per match at this year's U.S. Open. She's at plus 4.6, okay? And that, to me, is telling that how big that is. And for Pegula, minus 3.2. So it's, even though she's winning matches, there, you know, there is a differential, and that differential right now is 10 winners for 7 and 4s for Muchova.
And 15 love after a Pegula miss off the return of serve. 3 points from the first set is Muchova. She tried to pound one out hard, wide, and flat, but hits the net. Second serve coming. Pegula once again, left foot inside the baseline, right foot on the baseline, stepping forward to take the second serve on her backhand wing to the forehand of Muchova. Now to the forehand of Pegula. Muchova goes to the backhand of Jessie, who rips it cross court to the backhand of Muchova. They went backhand to backhand, but there's another error off the racket of Jessica Pegula, and it's 30 love.
Yeah, she looks like she's half asleep right now, or she just woke up from a nap, one or the other. But, you know, you have to also think about the release that happened last night. First, you're playing the #1 seed. You're beating the #1 seed and the #1 player in the world. And second, you finally get to a semifinal. So you have to know that there was probably like this big, huge weight that was on her shoulder and went down. And this kind of deflating thing might have also an impact of today's match, or at least so far right now.
Well, Jessica Pegula hasn't risen to the occasion just yet. And Karolina Muchova with 3 set points, serving at 40 love, up 5-1. First serve into the forehand of Pegula. Jessie Pegula rips a forehand down the line for a winner.
Sophie, that's such a good point on Pegula and the come down. Russ, you mentioned at the top of the show that Pegula played the night match last night. And also, this is the only day, and these are the only 2 players that have to turn around and play back-to-back days. No one else at the U.S. Open has to do that.
Big first serve down the middle, an ace from Muchova, her second of the set, and it gives her the set at 6-1 as they change ends at Arthur Ashe Stadium, which has fallen silent. Second set coming after they change ends. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. First set only took 28 minutes for Karolina Muchova to take it 6-1 over Jessica Pegula, the 6th seed American, playing in her very first major semifinal, serving to start set number 2 in the far court to Muchova. First service in, now Pegula. Forehand to forehand, Muchova changes direction, now backhand to backhand. Pegula down the middle to the backhand of Muchova, now to the forehand of Pegula, forehand to forehand. Deep shot from Pegula down the middle to the forehand of Muchova. Now a forehand again to the forehand of Muchova, who changes direction down the line, and the backhand from Pegula's into the net, and it's love 15. Longest rally of the match there, 16 strokes, and Muchova, as we saw pretty much all throughout the first set, just a stroke better than Jessica Pegula. It's love 15. Pegula serving in the far court. Serve is long. Second serve coming. This has been one-way traffic since the start of this match. Second serve off the top of the tape. And a double fault from Jessica Pegula, her first of the match, and it's love 30.
Yeah, she's having a very bad night. She needs all the help she can get, and that crowd needs to really come through.
It's filled up, it looks now, at Arthur Ashe Stadium for this, the second semifinal. Pegula tosses it up. Her first serve is into the net at love 30. So Muchova ready to return the second serve of Jessica Pegula off the backhand wing to the backhand of Pegula, cross court to the backhand, who chips it. Muchova does. Jessica chips it back. Muchova goes for another slice, clips the top of the net, and it's 15-30.
Well, there you go. A little chance here from Pegula, starting to maybe say, hey, you know, you chip, I'm going to chip too, and let's see what happens. But Muchova is 38-3 at Grand Slams after winning the opening set.
Muchova's got a hill to climb here at 15-30 second serve.
Last loss came to Collins. That was at the Australian Open in 2023.
Second serve now at 15-30 to the backhand of Muchova, deep to the backhand of Pegula. Now it's short. Muchova, a drop shot in front of Jessie's forehand. She runs and gets it before it bounces twice, but puts it into the net. It's 15-40.
It's going to be a very tough task. And by the way, out of those 38-3, she has won 16 straight after claiming the first set. And Pegula, not a good stat. 4-19 after losing the first set at majors.
Jessica Pegula, first serve out wide to the Muchova forehand, floats it to the forehand wing. Jessica goes down the line hard on the forehand, and now they're back into the middle of the court. Muchova manages to get it to neutral here. Pegula cross court to the Muchova forehand, slides out wide to push it in the middle of the court. Pegula coming in the backhand approach. The backhand volley is a winner, and it's 30-40.
Yeah, this is giving something for the crowd to cheer, and that's the problem also. They want to cheer, but they have to get something to cheer for.
So it's 30-40. Another break point for Karolina Muchova. Pegula serving. First serve down the middle to the forehand. Muchova returns to the middle of the court. Pegula's forehand to the forehand of Muchova, who chips it back. Now she goes over the top down the line to the backhand, and it's wide off the racket of Jessica Pegula. And Karolina Muchova has broken in the first game of the second set.
I'm getting all those texts from friends in Connecticut. Monica, David, Daryl, Donna, they all saying, what is going on? And now Sue Mertz, I mean, you know, former Olympian actually. Hey. Going, what is going on with Jessica? So, well, guys, just flat. You know, you get bad days at the office. That's one of them right now.
Pegula hasn't been flat in quite some time. 14-1. That's her record on this U.S. hardcourt swing at the moment. She's won 14 of her last 15 matches. One of them was a win over Karolina Muchova in 3 sets in Cincinnati. Right now, Muchova is having her way with the number 6 seed, up a set and a break, just 34 minutes in to this semifinal on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Now Karolina Muchova serving with the 1-love lead in the second set. First serve down the tee, off the tape, second serve coming. Pegula once again inside the baseline to return the second serve of Muchova. Forehand trying to go to the forehand of Muchova, and there's another error. And Pegula is almost expressionless at this moment, and so is Muchova. Muchova is very much in the moment. Pegula, we're not sure. Her game hasn't come to the semifinals just yet. It's a long way from over, though, but it is 15-love. And a kicker to the backhand. Muchova was serving and volleying, but Pegula's returns into the net, and it's 30-love.
Wow.
Talk about taking the crowd out of it.
Yeah, well, they have nothing to cheer. That's the problem. If only there were, 1 or 2 points in a row from the racket of Pegula, then, you'd start hearing.
All right, first serve at 30-love, down the tee, it's off the tape. Second serve coming. Muchova to the forehand of Pegula, and again a miss off the forehand return.
Just can't find the court.
It's
Can't
40-love.
find anything.
So game points to consolidate the break at the top of the second set for Karolina Muchova. 1-love, 40-love. Second serve coming now from Karolina Muchova. It's been actually went for a big second serve.
She was going
flat out wide.
serve and volley. Yeah. Well, I guess at 40-love, that's a very good play. You serve. I'm surprised she didn't kick the first serve to do it actually, and did first and second, but a double fault, the first one of the match at 40-love. I guess it's not the worst timing.
All right, so game point again for Karolina Muchova. 6-1, 1-love, 40-15. That first serve is long, second serve coming.
I think that Pegula should go down the line right now. Seeing the position of Muchova way to the right of the middle serving. Well,
And
doesn't
a
need
second
to.
straight double fault.
Yeah, well, look at this. So these are the kind of moments right here where things can turn around. If Pegula was able to put 1 or 2 points together, the crowd could get excited from, being obviously down love 40. Let's see what happens.
Right now it's 40-30, still a game point to take a 2-love lead in the second set. Muchova has missed her last 4 serves. Double faulting twice, her first 2 of the match. First serve to the backhand is in. Return cross court to the backhand. Now Pegula with a forehand down the middle. Muchova replies with a forehand down the middle. Now she goes to the Pegula backhand. Jessie tries to change it up with a slice, puts it into the net. It's game for Muchova, and Pegula just wipes her face. Nick, what does Jessie look like up close right now?
No, it's just tough to watch. I mean, so frustrated with herself, mumbled a few times between points, Russ, in that last game. And let's give credit to Muchova. I think you guys have done well in the commentary. You can hear this crowd inside Ash really trying to buoy Jess, but it's starting to feel like it's complete one-way traffic as Pegula lines up a serve into the net. The body language is not there, Russ, and just feels like she's going up against a freight train right now.
Second serve at love 2. Muchova takes the return and hits it hard into the forehand wing and tries to hit it harder to the backhand side and misses. So it's 15-love.
Nick, what about her box?
I know.
Are they trying to get her going too, or are they kind of like flat?
They have not been. So
Really?
I'm wondering if that's kind of a pre-agreement between them of let me do my thing, you guys do yours.
First serve down the tee, returned to the middle of the court by Muchova with a forehand slice. Then she slices another one high and deep. And now Muchova goes down the line and it's a clean winner.
I just feel like, guys, if Jess can get a game here, this place will come alive and it will just change the dynamic just enough so that she can feel somewhat settled in this match.
I agree, but just looking at her face, or she looks exhausted to me. I mean, she looks like she is so out of sorts.
Well, it's 15 all. Muchova slices one to the forehand of Pegula, then goes
Look at that.
forehand cross-court winner. Pegula hardly made a move on the short-angled cross-court forehand, and Muchova has 15-30 on the Pegula serve.
She just stood there in the middle of the court. You normally see her going after it, and the amount of points, 40 now for 19 only for Pegula in this match.
And here's the crowd trying to get into it. It's almost hard to get their energy up because Pegula's giving none of her own. There's a service winner down the tee, and here comes the crowd a little bit at 30 all.
But then, Sophie, why isn't she giving a big fist pump there? Why
I'm telling you, I think she has absolutely zero energy today. I think she left it all yesterday on the court.
Yeah, that was a big
mentally
moment.
and physically.
First serve at 30 all. At love to in the second, a nice one out wide, and a backhand that Muchova chips the lob, and Pegula blows the overhead long. And a forlorn look on Jessica Pegula's face as she blew a golden opportunity for a game point.
Well, the anticipation of Muchova was pretty spectacular to go and get that volley, that swing volley, to put it up in the air.
30-40 down the tee on the first serve. Muchova returns the forehand to the backhand side of Pegula. And now a forehand cross court from Muchova. She moves forward. Pegula cross court pass attempt. And Muchova stabs it, but it sails long. That might have been a match-saving cross-court forehand from Jessica Pegula, who was way out of position and caught Muchova reaching.
That's the best effort that Jessica did today. I mean, in that match. Best effort to get that ball, to ask the question.
First point, Muchova's loss. Moving forward, and Pegula follows that up with an ace down the tee. Finally, some positivity for the American. It's a game point to get on the board in the second set. First serve, an add in off the top of the tape and long. Second serve coming. Muchova doesn't change her return position very much. Stays pretty much in the same place. Backhand to the forehand of Pegula. Cross court to the forehand of Muchova. Muchova just rips it down the line. Wasn't a clean winner. But Pegula had no reply, and it's deuce.
You know, really the amazing stat also for, it's not even a stat, it's just watching the depth of Muchova has been really impressive in this match.
So Pegula back at it at deuce. First serve to the forehand, chipped to the forehand of Pegula. Another chip now, backhand midcourt. Pegula goes for the drop shot, does not hit it well. Muchova comes in down the line, but she misses an overhead. And it's a game point for Pegula.
Such better movement from Pegula to reach that ball and to put and throw the lob up in the air. Very well done. She's really trying much harder, and it's, you know, it's showing that she's moving better right now.
Thank you. Not a great drop shot attempt, but a terrific recovery from Pegula to get that defensive lob deep, and it's a game point again. Down the tee, Muchova forehand down the middle. Muchova now forehand again to the backhand of Pegula down the middle. Forehand ripped cross court, inside in and long. Jessica Pegula holds. It's 1-2 in the second as they change ends.
Well, guys, I just thought that was such a huge hold from Jess. You can hear the crowd. And also, you mentioned, Sophie, earlier Martina Navratilova. Now they're showing Tracy Austin on the big board, and sitting next to them is Lindsay Davenport. And Lindsay was really yelling down to Jess in that last game because she was right above her in the president's box, trying to give her, she is now the Billie Jean King Cup captain. She's really trying to give Jess some of that positive energy from someone she knows.
Yeah, and that's, you know, it's good to see, and it's good to see the reaction of Jessica. I think Jessica played the best game as far as movement is concerned in this game, and really tried to get to it. That one volley, remember that was on game point, on break point for Muchova, that she missed because of the retrieval skills of Jessica.
Still 2-1. Muchova's up a set and a break in the second set. Jessica Pegula with a little bit of good news. Sophie, in my experience, you can tell me if it's different from yours, but in a match that's severely one-sided, a lot of times it actually doesn't take a lot to flip it, because Muchova's actually had it so easy that if Pegula can keep herself in points, this thing could actually turn, because Muchova could come off her game since everything's going so easy for her right now.
I totally agree, and this is the kind of game that can change it, just like, you know, what Nick was saying. Just right there, and now if she can keep at it and be a little more consistent, show that she's really going to get to balls, and, you know, you never know, you know, we've seen the matches completely turn around. So, and for Muchova, she's going to have to be very steady and keep the tactic of coming in. She has been very successful, 9 out of 11 points won at the net.
But lost the last 2. Muchova first serve to the backhand. Pegula replies cross-court into the forehand of Muchova. Muchova nets the forehand. It's love 15. First serve for Karolina Muchova. Everything has sort of gone her way to this point. 6-1, 2-1, but it's love 15. And a serve out wide and long. Pegula just held under much duress. And now she'll be looking at a second serve with a chance to take a big lead on the Muchova serve. Second serve, Pegula inside the baseline. Deep return to the forehand of Muchova to the forehand of Pegula. Back to forehand they go down the middle of the court. Muchova goes down the line to the backhand, moves forward, hits the backhand volley that Jessie throws up a defensive lob. Now she takes the overhead, puts it at the feet of Muchova. Muchova hits the volley into the net, and it's love 30. Defense again winning the day, or at least the point, for Jessica Pegula.
And there you have it. The crowd is starting to get involved, and I think Muchova is sensing it, that the match might be a little bit turning. Couldn't put that overhead away, and what a great play from Jessica. Not trying to go for the pass, but going down the feet of Muchova, missing the volley on her ankle.
All right, so it's love 30 now at 2-1 for Muchova. Big serve down the tee, that's an ace. Muchova's third of the match gets her on the board here at 2-1. It's 15-30.
Muchova, to me, you guys just playing with so much experience here. Been in a French Open semifinal last year, took out Sabalenka, got into the final, nearly beat Iga Swiatek, and really challenged Coco Gauff here last year.
15-30, first serve down the tee. Pegula slices into the midcourt. Muchova moves forward, and Pegula shanks the backhand and then kind of yells towards her box.
Yeah, but that's a good attack again. She's very far behind the baseline, can't really do anything on that.
Just when you thought momentum could be turning, Muchova takes it right back. It's 30-all at 2-1. Still very much anyone's game. Muchova looks for the ace down the tee and fires wide and long. Second serve coming. Karolina Muchova leading 6-1, 2-1. It's 30-all here in the fourth game of the second set. Second semifinal. Winner to play Aryna Sabalenka in Saturday's U.S. Open final. Second serve to the forehand of Pegula. A strong return right down the middle of the court and deep, forcing the error off the forehand of Muchova. And Jessica Pegula has a break point on the Muchova serve.
Hey, and I've got an X Factor stat there. That was the first come on of the night from Pegula.
Very
Fist
true.
pump, come on. She's 1 for 1. Can she execute on it now?
I suspect we'll get another if she can win this point. It's 30-40. Muchova serving. First serve to the backhand. It's a serving volley, and Muchova can't handle the return. Jessica Pegula has broken and leveled the second set at 2-all.
So much smarter just to return right down the feet instead of trying to go for the winner return when you see your opponent serving and volleying. And those are tough to get back because of the pace and the placement. So well done for Jessica getting the break back, as she was broken right off the bat in the beginning of that second set.
All right, Pegula right back to the line to serve at 2-all in the second. She's moving quickly. First serve to the Muchova forehand down the middle. Now a slice forehand from Muchova that clips the net. And here comes Pegula moving in towards the forehand of Muchova, and Muchova finds the line for a clean pass.
That was not an easy pass, I tell you. That ball was very low. Just flicked the wrist up from low to high to find it down the line. Very well done. The acceleration at impact just has such feel.
All right, so Jessica Pegula, fresh off getting the break back at love 15 now at 2-all in the second set. First serve into the backhand, and Muchova jams her, and the return sails wide. It's 15-all. You just get the sense that this crowd at Arthur Ashe Stadium wants to explode. They want to push the American forward. It's 2-2, 15-all, second set. First serve to the forehand of Muchova, deep to the forehand of Pegula. Now Muchova moves forward on a forehand cross-court approach. Overhead coming. Pegula gets that back with another defensive lob, but this time Muchova is able to knock off the second overhead, and it's 15-30.
And it's a good play to hit the lob, because you were looking at a complete dark sky with the those lights, those floodlights that are on the side. So well done for, of course, Muchova to be able to not hit one but two, the second one being a winner.
15-30. First serve down the tee to the forehand of Muchova. Muchova to the backhand of Pegula, who goes cross-court. Now Muchova slices to the forehand of Pegula, who lifts one up higher to the backhand of Muchova. Now Jessie goes backhand flat to the backhand of Muchova. Now Muchova's got to chip a forehand low. Jessie chips a forehand deep to the backhand of Karolina Muchova, and Muchova sends her backhand long. It's 30-all.
That's a tactic that Pegula has been using, actually. When she sees a slice of Muchova, she's not trying to go and hit a flat backhand or forehand or top spin. She actually goes back with the slice, and Muchova has been missing a couple times on that reply.
So 2-all, 30-all. Muchova won the first set. Pegula's first serve down the tee and into the net. Second serve coming at 2-all, 30-all. Into her motion she goes. Pegula to the forehand of Muchova. Down the middle, return strong to the forehand of Pegula. A short reply and a drop shot now from Muchova towards the forehand side of Pegula, who's there but puts it into the net as she tries to slice it cross court. And there's a break chance now for Muchova to get the break right back in the second set.
And she got there, but no feel at all when she got to it.
No, actually hit it hard, strangely,
very strange.
From well below the net. Didn't have much of a chance. So now it's a break chance for Muchova. 30-40. First serve from Pegula down the tee, hit her spot, but Muchova returned it nice and deep. Now a slice backhand, replied with a slice from Pegula deep. Muchova goes inside out with a forehand. Jessie goes back cross court to the backhand. Muchova pops a slice backhand up deep to the forehand of Pegula, and then the forehand from Muchova is long, and it's deuce.
Yeah, there's definitely a better step, better movement from Pegula. We're starting to get more on the ball, and even getting to the ball is producing something to hurt Muchova during the exchange, which is a very big improvement, to say the least.
All right, back to deuce. 2-all in the second set. First serve to the backhand of Muchova, inside out to the forehand of Pegula, cross court to the forehand of Muchova, now down the line to the forehand, the backhand of Pegula, inside out to the backhand of Pegula, now down the middle, slice forehand into the net from Karolina Muchova, and Jessica Pegula has a game point as the unforced errors start to mount on the Muchova side of the court for the first time.
Pegula is finally coming alive. This finally moving her feet, finally feels like she feels the ball here. This is the 12th game of the match.
First serve misses from Jessica Pegula. Second serve coming at 2-all, game point for Pegula, looking to take the lead at 3-2. Backhand return down the middle from Muchova. Forehand inside out to the backhand. Muchova moving forward. Pegula slices low. Muchova looks for the drop volley, but it's wide, and Jessica Pegula has held for 3-2 in the second set. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. 53 minutes into the second semifinal, and it finally feels like we have a match here at the U.S. Open. Russ Taylor, Sophie Amiak. What do you got, Sophie?
First time that Pegula is leading. Hello.
Indeed.
This is huge.
She was down a set in a break, 6-1 to Muchova in 28 minutes. That first set went by in a blink. We got ourselves a battle here in set two. Muchova serving in the far court at 2-3. Return from Pegula down the middle. And now Pegula to the backhand of Muchova, who comes over it. Pegula deep into the court of Muchova, forcing another error, and it's love 15.
So the depth of in the point from Pegula is definitely improved. And the fact that every time that Muchova is coming to the net, she goes down her feet. She's not even trying to pass.
Mm-hmm.
That
with the
is
slice,
also,
too.
Yeah,
low slice to the feet.
been working.
Love 15. First serve from Muchova out wide. A beautiful first serve from Muchova. And it's 15 all. Pegula also looks like the nerves have gone away a little bit. She's hustling more. Her body's moving more. She looked frozen many times in the first set by whatever was keeping her that way. That seems to be a little bit gone away at this point. It's 15 all, 2-3. Muchova serving in the far court. Second set after taking the first. First toss she doesn't like. Catches it, bounces 3 times. She'll start the windup again, and here we go. First serve at 15 all. Down the tee is long. Second serve coming.
And she needs to attack this. Really put pressure on Muchova. The down the line is one of her best return.
Again, Pegula inside the baseline, takes a backhand down the line. Muchova does well to reply it. Pegula goes right back into the backhand corner. Muchova goes back to the forehand of Pegula and then misses a forehand down the line of her own, and it's 15-30.
And it all started by that absolutely beautiful, incredible return down the line that really dictated the point where Pegula was in charge.
As close in off of the baseline as Pegula gets on the second serve, and she's been doing it since the first game of the first set. That's the most offensive she's actually gone on a return. And the most positivity we've seen out of the Pegula return. And it's 15-30. First serve to the backhand of Pegula. Cross-court return to the backhand of Muchova. Cross-court forehand to the forehand of Muchova. Now deep to the forehand of Pegula. Back to forehand we go. Pegula down the line to the backhand of Muchova, who lofts one high in the air, spinning deep to Pegula, who takes the backhand to the forehand of Pegula. Now behind Muchova to the backhand side, who slices to the middle, and Pegula into the open court with a cross-court forehand winner. The best sequence we've seen all match from the American, and she's got 2 break points at 15-40.
What a change of event right now. What the dynamic of the points are totally turned, and it's going the way of Pegula, just so aggressive. The depth is incredible. Finally getting some joy with that forehand cross-court winner. That was her 4th winner in this set.
Longest rally of the match there, 16 shots, 15-40. First serve from Muchova into the backhand of Pegula, now into the open court. Muchova moving forward. Again, Pegula goes low. Muchova's got the volley, second volley. Pegula goes for a topspin lob. A skyhook reply from Muchova, and Pegula nets the reply off of that. The athleticism, exquisite from Karolina Muchova.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a match. They're both starting to play as well at the same time. And what a battle that was at the net. And the extension to get that ball back, a little bit a la Jimmy Connors from Muchova, paid off. And Pegula couldn't believe that that ball came back.
Muchova still facing a break point, though. It's 30-40 now at 2-3. Down the tee, right on the line. Muchova moving forward, swinging forehand into the net. Again, a defensive lob from Pegula and a gorgeous angled off overhead from Muchova, moving back beyond her service line to knock off the winner, and it's deuce.
You've got to applaud the tactic from Muchova, coming in, serving and volleying on another breakpoint opportunity for Pegula, and being able, that was not an easy overhead to put away. She was like 3/4 of the court back. Well done. Back to deuce. 40 all here after saving 2 break points.
First serve at deuce, down the tee. Pegula can only flail at the one-handed backhand to get it in the middle of the court, and this time Muchova trying to move forward with the forehand cross-court, blows it long, and Pegula's got another break point.
And listen to that crowd trying to help Pegula.
So Jessica Pegula making Karolina Muchova display all of her athletic skills, and she'll have to do it again. It's break point number 3 for Jessica Pegula. Down a set, and it's 2-3 with Muchova serving. Add out a point for 4-2 for Jessica Pegula now, and she'll have a look at a second serve. Steps inside the baseline to return the second serve. Muchova winds and fires the second to the backhand of Pegula. Cross-court return to the slice backhand of Muchova. Jessie steps in and hits a forehand to the forehand. Now down the line to the backhand of Muchova. Back to the middle of the court. Backhand to the forehand inside out from Muchova. Now a slice drop shot from Muchova. Up comes Pegula down the line, but it's a backhand cross-court winner from Karolina Muchova, and we're back at deuce.
Exquisite point again. This is ridiculous how the two of them are really bringing the best of their really abilities since the beginning of the match. How big was that drop shot on break point? That's the third break point saved from Muchova, and the crowd still trying to get Pegula going.
Closing in on 6 minutes in this service game for Karolina Muchova. Pivotal moment of set number 2. 2-3 deuce. Muchova, big first serve down the tee, a service winner, and now a game point for 3-all.
I mean, she's been serving so well since 1540. Probably had 1 second serve that was on the last add point for Pegula. But other than that, first serve percentage way high, 110 miles per hour on that last service winner.
So Karolina Muchova, who's erased 3 break points from Jessica Pegula here at 2-3, has a point for 3-all. First serve to the backhand of Pegula down to the middle of the court. Muchova whips a forehand wide, very much like we saw from Iga Swiatek a night ago, and it's back to deuce. That was the tactic that worked against Iga. It's not the same game plan against Karolina Muchova, but you'll take the error for sure. Now it's deuce. One more time. Pressure mounting on both players. Muchova won the first set. She serves at 2-3 in the second. First serve down the tee is in. Pegula forehand to forehand. Here comes Muchova moving forward down the line. Forehand approach. Overhead that Pegula can only get her racket on, but can't clear the net. And it's advantage Muchova again. That overhead coming through strong. She missed one early. Hasn't missed one since.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the way that she's backing up and able to do the scissor kick overhead. I mean, absolutely beautiful. Such an athlete, Muchova.
7 minutes and 30 seconds in this service game. Muchova takes a big deep breath, squints her eyes, maybe tries to get some of the sweat out of her eyes. First serve, game point for 3-all. Down the tee and long. We know Pegula likes to go down the line in the deuce court off the return of second serve. What's her favorite return here off a second serve in the ad court? We'll see. Backhand return back to the middle of the court into the forehand side of Muchova. Now a backhand to backhand exchange as Pegula changes the direction, goes inside out and down the line in the backhand for a clean winner. Muchova didn't even move.
Yeah, and that's really actually a vintage Pegula. As soon as she saw that that ball was shorter, she just moved in very quickly to that ball to finish with the backhand down the line winner. That's definitely helpful. 8th winner of the match for her.
4th deuce of this service game. 2-3. Muchova serving. Up a set, but Pegula has been knocking on the door here in the 6th game of set number 2. Muchova waiting for the fans to calm down. And here's the first serve. It's a net. So they'll do it again. 2-3 deuce. First serve for Karolina Muchova. Looking for the tee, finds the net. Second serve coming. I think some fans forgot about the lead on the first serve, thought that might have been a double.
Fault. Yeah.
But it wasn't. Here comes the second serve. Muchova, 3 bounces and up we go. The offering to the Pegula forehand. Cross court to the forehand of Muchova. Backhand to backhand from Pegula. Cross court, again cross court. Now a slice down the line from Muchova, deep into the backhand forehand corner of Pegula, and another error off the backhand wing of Muchova gives Pegula another break point.
We saw once again that Lindsay Davenport is actually shouting from the president's box to Pegula. Are you hearing that, Nick?
I can see her.
Yeah.
I can't hear Lindsay, but I think Jess can. This crowd trying to get Jess. This game has turned in, what, 10 minutes, Russ?
Just about. And it's a break point again for Jessica Pegula. First serve from Muchova is deep. And again, she'll have a look at a second serve. We haven't seen Pegula get overly aggressive on second serve returns in the ad court yet. She hasn't put Muchova under stress on the second serve here. Can she do it now? Second serve to the backhand of Jessie, deep to the forehand of Muchova. Now to the backhand, Muchova goes into the net, and there's the break of serve. A big fist pump and a come on. The box stands up, and Jessica Pegula takes a 4-2 lead in the second set.
What a turnaround. Absolutely amazing when you think that Muchova could have been up 3-love in the second set, but none of that. And now it's the come on from Jessica Pegula. It's the fist pump. She's awake, people.
Jessica just slapped her hip with her left hand as she bounced the serve to get ready for her first serve and said, come on again. She is actively trying to get herself going and keep that momentum moving forward. First serve is long at 4-2 in the second. Muchova took the first in 28 minutes. It was a listless performance from Jessica Pegula. It was a quiet Arthur Ashe Stadium. My, how things have turned in the second set. Jessica Pegula from the middle of the court, little drop shot. Here comes Muchova coming in to the backhand of Pegula. Little lob over the top of the head. Finds the court. Top spin lob, a winner from Jessica Pegula. It's 15-love.
Yeah, this is more of what we've been seeing really from Jessica Pegula, especially last night when she played against Iga Swiatek. I think she was just completely asleep. I mean, that wouldn't be really, surprising to me if she was just getting up from a nap, from a little nap before going on the court, because right now she's awake.
Muchova with a really strong return off the first serve of Pegula. The serve went right into the strike zone of Muchova's forehand. She crushed it deep, and then Jessie missed the reply. It's 15-all. First serve from Jessica Pegula in the deuce court. Down the tee to the backhand of Muchova, who replies down the middle of the court. Now a backhand down the line to the forehand of Pegula, and Jessica puts it into the top of the net. And serving at 4-2, Pegula in a little bit of trouble here at 15-30 as Muchova gets a little more aggressive.
Yeah, and the depth, really. That's what really got Jessica in trouble. Great depth from the Czech player.
Second serve now from Jessica Pegula. Muchova waits in her place where she returns right on the baseline, takes one step in, returns deep to the forehand of Pegula, cross court into the forehand of Muchova, who tries to slice it back defensively, but clips the net. It's 30-all.
Well, looking back at all those break points that Pegula generated, she's actually the only two players that have generated more breakpoint chances than Pegula, who had 48. Navarro and Sabalenka. Navarro 52 and Sabalenka 49 in this U.S. Open.
First serve is out wide, and the reply from Jessica Pegula, backhand is long. It's a break point.
She wants to make sure that she's trying to really hold here. It would be such a shame for her to get broken right back after all the efforts. A little bit of loose unforced errors here in this game. Back into this point at 30-40.
Backhand to backhand they go. Slice down the line from Muchova, changes the direction. Jessie lifts it up high to the forehand, and Muchova goes cross court. Now a slice down the line, and I thought she'd come into that. But off the top of the net, here comes Pegula needing to run forward. Quick hands from Muchova, and that saves the day for Muchova as Pegula's reply goes long and wide. Bit of a scramble point there, but Muchova gets the break back. It's 3-4 in favor of Pegula in the second. Muchova will serve after they change ends. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Well, good evening, everyone. Listening live to American Express Radio at the U.S. Open. Nick McCarville courtside. We've got Russ Theller and Sophie Amiak in the studio. The vibe has certainly changed here inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Pegula was looking to blow open this second set. 5 games in a row. Couldn't quite do that, though, Russ, with Muchova breaking back and now stepping to serve. Both players seem fully settled into this match, and the crowd seems settled in too.
3-4, first serve from Muchova in the near court, down the tee. Pegula can do nothing but throw up a defensive lob, and that works just fine because off of the bounce, Muchova just netted the overhead in the middle of the court. She's made very difficult overheads.
And characteristic, really, from Muchova.
That was definitely the easiest one she's missed.
I know.
And Muchova, her unforced error count is way up in the second set. 16 unforced errors to just 7 for Pegula. Jessica Pegula leads 4-3. Muchova serving at 3-4, love 15. First serve is off the top of the net.
Yeah, you're saying 16 unforced in this set. She only had 7 in the first set. So that is definitely going worse for Muchova.
3-4, love 15. Second serve coming now. Muchova into her windup. Pegula inside the baseline takes another step forward. It's a backhand down the middle, and Muchova whips a forehand long. And just like that, it's love 30.
Well, by the way, they both have the exact same amount of breakpoint opportunities throughout the tournament at 48. The only thing is Muchova is converting 47.9%, 23 out of 48. But not too far away. Pegula, 45.8% conversion for 22 points out of 48. So very neck and neck in that department.
Muchova down the tee is good. Pegula forehand down the line to the backhand, and Muchova slices it cross court, a slice reply, and here comes Muchova moving forward, and Pegula trying to catch up to the first volley, can't. It's 15-30.
Well, it's been a while since Muchova has been able to win a point at the net, I tell you. She's 8 out of 15 in this set, 15 out of 22 overall, so the percentage is still high at 68% overall of .1 at the net. I think that's a play that she needs to keep playing and be ready for the really low ball to the ankle level.
Just to give you some context on those numbers, though, she was 9 for 9 in net approaches to start, so the numbers have turned, to your point, big time. It's 15-30. The kick serve to the Pegula backhand is returned cross court. Now off the top of the net, Jessie's forehand does not go over. It comes back, and it's 30 all.
Yeah, and to your point, the reason that she's not as successful going for it is because I think Jessica Pegula is giving her something to hit that she's not comfortable with, which is those down the feet, down the ankle area of balls were very difficult on the transition ball to hit.
All right, so from love 30 at 3-4, it's 30 all now. And Karolina Muchova has a first serve, and here's the offering to Pegula down the tee to the backhand, reply in the middle of the court. Muchova moving forward on the forehand approach. Pegula throws up a defensive lob that sails long, and it's 40-30.
Now, would she go for the kick serve and volley? We haven't seen that one in a while. She's up 40-30. It's maybe a nice time to do it and execute that play.
Game point, trying to level this second set at 4 games all. They've traded breaks, and Muchova catches the first toss. She'll go again. First offering here at 40-30. Muchova down the tee to the forehand at Pegula. Now forehand to forehand. Jessie very deep. That one catches the baseline. Muchova backhand to backhand now. Now an inside out, inside in forehand, pardon me. And a drop shot from Muchova. Here comes Pegula moving forward. Beautiful hams from Muchova. And from the midcourt, Muchova finds the angle that Pegula can't catch, and it's 4 all. That was magnificent.
That was huge. That was a huge get, and you know, the drop shot, you couldn't tell the last second, and then really that backhand volley cross court, so low, so far from the net, able to find that angle. That's pristine, beautiful. I tell you, Martina Navratilova must be enjoying this thoroughly.
Yeah, that's a little old school.
What a shot
Uh-huh.
from Muchova.
I want that
can
volley.
confirm that in person, too.
All right, so it's 4-all. First serve from Jessica Pegula. Forehand to forehand. Muchova chips it back into the middle of the court. Jessie steps up and knocks a clean winner down the line. It's 15-love.
I just think, Sophie, that Jess Pegula has to try to do a little bit more of that. She's got to take the initiative here. It is now a tight as can be second set. She's got to play it on her terms.
15-love. First serve into the backhand of Muchova. That return sails long. It's 15-all.
I agree. She has to direct traffic. She has to try to take advantage of first serve and maybe first hit behind the first serve. It's now or never right now at 4-all.
30-love to Jessica Pegula. First serve to the backhand of Muchova. Returns down the middle. Now a hard, flat backhand approach forces the error off the racket of Muchova. And this is the most comfortable Jessica Pegula has looked on serve all match. It's 40-love.
Yeah, that was perfect pressure right there. Just coming in behind that backhand, asking for Muchova to come up with a pass.
Game point for Pegula. First serve is wide. Second serve at 4-all, 40-love. To the backhand slice of Muchova. Now in comes Pegula because she has no other choice. And she slices a backhand past a charging Muchova for a hold at love. Now we've come to the business end of set number 2. And if the nerves caught Pegula in set 1, if Karolina Muchova is feeling any nerves, they could pop up here at 4-5.
Listen, I think that this is the best game that she could have played right here, Pegula. And the fact that she held that love is sending a message. Also, the last time, I mean, one player only held that love. That was in the first opening game of the match. Actually, no, I said that twice. That was only Muchova on the first game. And at 3-1, she was able to also lead to 4-1 with that hold of serve at love. So 2 hold as serves at love for Muchova, only 1, but it was really important to do it right here at 4-all. And what's the dynamic out there, Nick?
No, I mean, it's definitely has settled in, and Joe Krabus is sitting next to me from the World Feed TV team, and we're both noticing Muchova has just been stretching out kind of her lower left back. She kind of sat back a little bit during that changeover. I haven't seen, well, I thought it was evidenced a little bit in that last point, so just watching it here now, Russ, as she goes to serve to stay in the second set, is that lower left back giving her any sort of issue? But this match, it was one-way traffic, and it's just totally turned around. I'd say you've got a good 85% of people who have stayed for this second set, and they've gotten their money's worth. And Pegula has, I said it just a couple minutes to you guys ago, is that Pegula has to figure out a way to keep things on her own terms.
Well, part of that could come from second serve returns, and that's up to Karolina Muchova. We'll see if her first serve percentage stays up. She's serving to stay in the second set. She won the first at Muchova 6-1 in 28 minutes. 49 minutes into the second set, it's 4-5. First point, first serve. Muchova in the far court offers to the Pegula backhand, but it's into the net. And here Jessica Pegula will have a look at a second serve. She again steps inside the baseline. Muchova ready to go. Second serve. First point at 4-5. Pegula takes the forehand right to the backhand of Muchova. Now she moves forward and knocks off an inside-out backhand winner.
Love 15.
And it's love 15.
Sophie, sorry, just
yep.
to interrupt you. Now I'm really starting to see the evidence. Grimace on the face of Muchova. Watch her here and watch the lower left back did not move for that last ball.
We just got a look on the replay of Muchova on the changeover. What you were telling us about, Nick, stretching out that lower back. And we're keeping a close eye, as you mentioned. Drop shot attempt from Muchova. It's good. Pegula's got it. Muchova walks in and knocks the volley into the open court, and it's 15-all. But Muchova looking to change the complexion of a point early. Not a great sign in the long term, right?
No,
Sylvie?
she doesn't want to go through the obviously through the process. If you start feeling a twinge somewhere, and oh, God forbid for her, she's had so many injuries in her career, that would be a shame.
15 all at 4-5. Looks for the first serve down the tee. It's wide. Pegula once again stepping inside the baseline. Her right foot just outside the sideline, and now a forehand return to the forehand. Muchova tries to go inside out down the line and sends it wide.
Yep, trying to finish way quicker right now. Muchova definitely doesn't want to go through the process of having rallies.
I would not be surprised to see Muchova either leave the court or get a medical look should she lose his service game.
Yep. This game and this set.
15-30. Pegula's 2 points from the second set. First serve to the backhand of Pegula, return to the backhand of Muchova, which is into the net, and it's set point now for Jessica Pegula. After looking lost for most of the first set and even into an early breakdown in the second set, Jessica Pegula has turned this match around and has set points to level it at 1-all. First serve down the tee, scrambling reply from Pegula is into the net, and that's a set point saved from Karolina Muchova. 108 down the tee, pretty good sign for Muchova to be able to get her second fastest serve of the day. She went 111. If she is hurting, she masked it well there, but she's going to have to do it again. Another set point for Jessica Pegula. It's 30-40 with Karolina Muchova serving in the far court at 4-5. Doesn't like her first toss, catches it. She'll re-rack and start again. First serve, set point down, 30-40 into the backhand of Pegula, but it's long. Muchova has double faulted twice in this match, both coming in this set. It's a second serve, set point down, 4-5, 30-40. Muchova won the first. Here comes the offering to the forehand and long. Karolina Muchova has double faulted, and Jessica Pegula has taken the second set. We are going the distance in semifinal number 2 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Through 2 sets, nothing between Karolina Muchova and Jessica Pegula in semifinal number 2. Muchova took the first in quick fashion as Jessica Pegula looked late to the party, maybe nervous in her first major semifinal, whatever it is. Pegula found herself down a set and a break early in the second set. Broke back and then broke again to win the set 6-4. Karolina Muchova was stretching out her back, and she has left the court. Nick McCarville is courtside with us at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Nick, what have you seen since the end of the set?
Hey, Russ. Yeah, I actually watched closely as Muchova told Nacho Furcadell, the chair umpire, that she was just going to go and change. We kind of maybe anticipated that she would go and ask for a medical timeout or to be examined by the medics here that are always courtside during these the latter rounds of the majors, but that didn't happen. She just entered into the bathroom that's right off the hallway door. Pressure is a privilege, and then bathroom door is just there. So walked past that famous sign, and the 5-minute clock is on countdown. Meanwhile, Jessica Pegula headed over to her box where Mark Knowles is there. Mark Merklin went for a bathroom break himself, but he's just making his way back to the box here. There hasn't been a ton of communication between these guys during the match, but Pegula having now a full chat with Knowlesy and co. But man, just looking at the stats overall, the unforced errors really crept up, Russ, for Muchova in that second set. And this crowd came alive. Jess Pegula, her movement was so much better. And Pegula looks locked into me. I don't know how you guys feel, but this feels now like a one-set shootout for a Grand Slam final. Jess now about to walk away. Knowlesy's calling her back, so thought of a couple more things to say. But yeah, the vibes are good. And hey, Thursday night, women's semifinals, and we've got ourselves a three-setter.
Look, the fact that she's still involved in this match is pretty incredible right now with how this started. I mean, she was just MIA from the beginning of the match until probably the second game, really third game of the second set. So, you know, I think it's all bonus right now, but I think she's playing better. She's definitely moving better. She's more awake. They actually show a shot of her father who is in the house watching on. But yeah, I mean, you have to really applaud, you know, the effort, because when you're so out of sorts and you try and finally it's paying off to come back into the match and push it to a third set. By the way, only 2 players in the Open era have won a women's singles semifinal at the US Open after losing the first set 6-1. That was Kuznetsova in 2004 and Azarenka in 2020. So this is, you know, this is an effort to do that. This is just not something that has been happening very often. So, you know, kudos to Pegula to still be involved in this match. And who knows, you know, what's really the shape of Muchova is going to be coming back into this this match. But as you mentioned, you know, off air, I mean, it looks like she was serving okay in that last service game, even though she was broken. I mean, she did, you know, go for it with 111 was one of the serve from Muchova. So who knows if there is was just stretching maybe.
Well, I would think that's the big storyline when Muchova gets back onto the court and we start the third set is where she is physically. Because at the end of the first set, even though she did pop a serve down the tee after she had looked kind of labored, she still didn't look herself completely in that service game after we saw her kind of motioning with her back on the changeover. We're now seeing Muchova making her way back onto the court, carrying her bag.
Well, that's a heavy bag, and she's carrying on her shoulder. That tells me that the back must not be that bad. Just right there.
I'll just, you know, we called it out in that last game when she was broken, but the dynamic shifted, right?
Oh, totally.
She went for a couple drop shots. She just was playing differently. So whether or not the injury is that bad, if it changes the tennis, well, that impacts the match. She's in a fresh kit. I don't know if there's a lot of tape on her back underneath what we can see, but now doing some shadow swings and high knees, and we're ready for this third set, guys.
All right, here we go. Just over 6 minutes since the last point of the second set. We are set to begin the third and final set in the second semifinal of the 2024 US Open. Jessica Pegula to serve. Karolina Muchova won the first set. Jessica Pegula the second. The number 6 seed from the United States in her first ever major semifinal. Muchova, a semifinalist a year ago here in New York, a finalist a year ago in Paris at Roland Garros, looking for her first major championship win. But she's got to get there first. First point, first return from Muchova is into the forehand of Pegula, and then Muchova nets a forehand. It's 15-love. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak on the call, Nick McCarville courtside. Thanks so much for watching along with us on usopen.org and our YouTube channel for the US Open Tennis Championships. The live stream is flowing right now. Muchova nets another forehand, and it's 30-love to Pegula.
Well, she's got to keep that dynamic, Pegula, right now. As we're seeing once again a shot of her father watching on.
Jessica Pegula, much different here at the start of a set than we've seen at the start of either of the first or second set. First serve is in. Muchova slice backhand and a reply from Pegula's slice deep and on the line. Muchova just lofts it up in the middle of the court, and then without any pace to work with, Jessica Pegula slaps a backhand long. It's 30-15.
Almost looked like she stopped playing. Pegula thinking that her last shot was going out.
You have a little bit of that beginning of the set lull as fans who went out to either the bathroom or get some food between the second and third sets still are outside. Pegula, beautiful first serve down the tee. She knocks off the forehand winner off the short reply, and Jessica Pegula has 2 points for one love in the third. It's 40-15.
But this crowd, guys, it is, I mean, listen to them. They're in it. They want to see an American in the final. American woman. Gonna get American man.
Yeah, they're going to get an American man in the final. We know that for sure. And a return into the net from Karolina Muchova. And Jessica Pegula has held to open up the third set.
It's a complete debacle right now for Muchova, just not finding the court, unforced errors in this opening game. And so far, not calling on the physio. So, you know, makes me believe that she's
Sophie,
okay.
did you think that was strange?
That she's not calling on the physio?
That she didn't at the set change?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense if she's not feeling well. But you know.
I mean, I guess it's still conjecture.
Right.
That it's a back issue.
Yeah,
but
we
I feel
don't
like
even
we've
sure.
had
Yeah, there was stretching going on, and honestly, she looked hampered in that last service game of the second set. But now she's serving at love one in the third. Pegula returned to the backhand of Muchova, and Muchova immediately misses a backhand wide. We haven't seen any inclination for Karolina Muchova to try to rally so far in this third set.
This is very, very uncharacteristic, I mean, of her. And if I don't understand why she wouldn't see and call on the physio if there was something wrong. Why wait, really?
So it's love 15. Muchova winds and fires the first serve into the backhand of Pegula, back to the backhand of Muchova, who slices it down to the line to the forehand of Pegula. Now to the forehand again. Pegula goes behind Muchova, who reaches down awkwardly and shovels a one-handed backhand into the net.
Well, it was very unusual to see how she hit the last backhand. The one before, when she was almost coming into the net and had to backtrack, and I mean, took a long way to get to that next ball, was not placed and settled at all.
Footwork not nearly as crisp as it was from Muchova at the start of this match. And it's love 30 to Pegula in the second game of the third. First serve into the net. Second serve coming to Jessica Pegula. It's love 30. Pegula took the first game of the third. And now Muchova, second serve into the backhand of Pegula, who tried to go down the line, and she swipes at the court, frustrated that that was an opportunity lost on a second serve return. It's 15-30. She smells blood in the water, Sophie. She knows Muchova's not at her top level anymore.
She needs to stay after her, continue to put pressure.
Karolina Muchova serving at love one in the third, 15-30. First serve offering coming to Jessica Pegula in the ad court. First serve down the tee. Pegula replies down the middle of the court. Forehand sails long from Muchova. That was not a very convincing looking move from Muchova. What's her movement looking like up close?
Yeah, trying to stay loose here, bouncing around at the baseline. Emil Risk in her player box, just kind of motioning next point, next point.
Well, this next point's a break point here. It's 15-40. I'll pick it up as Karolina Muchova bounces the ball 5 times, picks it up, gets ready for her first serve at 15-40. It's into the net. Please. Massive moment here as Jessica Pegula looks to get an early break in the third. Karolina Muchova getting ready for a second serve offering. And it's a reply cross court from Pegula that Muchova stretches for, slices a forehand deep, and here comes Pegula moving forward, knocks off the swinging volley, a fist pump, and a 2-love lead in the third for Jessica Pegula.
Absolutely incredible how the tides have changed in this match. Just when you thought that Pegula was completely outplayed and not even showing in this court, and now she's the one in the lead with a break in this third set and playing some of the best tennis she's played throughout this fortnight. By the way, 30 unforced errors total for Muchova.
And now Jessica Pegula serving with an opportunity to take a 3-love lead in the third set. First serve out, second serve on the way. Muchova takes it with a forehand, goes cross court to the forehand of Pegula, deep down the middle, and will apply deep down the middle as well. And now Pegula goes to the backhand of Muchova that forces the error on a down the line hard ball to the forehand of Jessie, and it's love 15.
And that was a good reply here from Muchova, telling herself to move forward. Try to be more aggressive herself.
So Pegula's first serve offering at love 15. Kicker out wide to the Muchova backhand. One-handed reply to the middle of the court. Hard and deep to the forehand from Jessie. And now Muchova has a backhand to backhand. Down the middle of the court, Muchova goes cross court with the forehand. Now trying to go down the line and move forward, but she pushes it long, and it's 15 all.
I mean, good depth again. I mean, I think Pegula is doing exactly what she needs to do. Try to keep the ball deep. Try to, as soon as you have the opportunity, to be aggressive and be in charge of the point. And that's exactly what she's been doing in this last 4 games.
On that last point, looked like Muchova wanted to get in on the shot before, but Jessie's reply was just too good, and then she forced an approach and pushed the forehand long. First serve into the backhand of Muchova, backhand down the line to the forehand of Pegula. Forehand cross court. Here comes Muchova moving forward. Short ball at the feet. 2-shot pass from Jessica Pegula. Low on the first, down the line for the winner, and it's 30-15.
And it's 0-3 coming forward for Muchova in this set. And on the other side, it's 2-2 for Pegula when she comes forward. This is completely a turned around match. Absolutely incredible.
So Jessica Pegula serving at 30-15, already up 2-love in the third. They split the first 2. Muchova the first 6-1. Pegula took the second 6-4. Jessica Pegula leads 2 games to love, 30-15. Second serve down the tee, clips the top of the net, does the backhand. Muchova comes in down the line, and Pegula's got nowhere to go but to stand there. It's 30 all.
I tell you what, this is such a huge game here. I mean, you know, if Muchova is not able to break back right away and being down 3-love, of course, it's only 1 break of serves, but, you know, that 3-love in the third is not looking pretty for the Czech, especially the way that Jessica is playing better and better.
30 all. First serve long towards the backhand of Muchova. Second serve coming from Jessica Pegula. To the backhand again of Muchova. Down the middle of the court to the backhand of Pegula. Now cross court and a slice backhand reply and a slice return from Pegula. Forehand slice inside out deep from Muchova. Now a backhand over the top down the middle. Pegula whips it cross court. Muchova lifts it high to the middle to the forehand of Pegula. Now another one high to the backhand to the middle. Now Muchova tries to crush one inside in down the line. Great defensive reply from Pegula. And a second ball cross court short for Muchova forces the error, and a break point for Karolina Muchova. That's the longest and best point she's played since late in the second set.
I agree. Since middle of the second set, to tell you the truth, that is so well done. Just tactically so good, going with a short cross court, and Pegula traveling along the baseline, needed to cut that angle to go towards the bounce to try to catch it. Couldn't do it. Still, a break point here, break back point, should I say, for Muchova.
First serve into the forehand of Muchova, who lofts it into the middle of the court. Jessie goes inside out and comes in towards the net off the short reply and knocks off the short forehand winner cross court, saving the break point and bringing us to deuce.
She's playing within herself right now, and what a difference. It's like night and day. You just think that there's a different player out there on the court right now.
Two-love deuce. Jessica Pegula just saved a break point. First serve into the backhand of Muchova, who lofts it to the forehand of Pegula. Cross-court forehand, and Muchova lifts her forehand deep down the middle, too far deep, and it's a game point for 3-love for Jessica Pegula.
And we saw earlier the movement of the arms saying go forward from Muchova, and that's exactly what happened here. She's so far from that ball, you would think that she will adjust the steps towards the bounce. Chance for a 3-love lead.
Kick serve out wide to the Muchova backhand, and back behind Muchova with a backhand cross court. Now down the middle, Muchova goes inside out to the backhand off the forehand wing. Now a backhand down the middle. Pegula with a forehand to the backhand of Muchova slice and a forehand long from Karolina Muchova, and Jessica Pegula's on a roll. 3-love in the third in the second semifinal on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Aryna Sabalenka awaits the winner. You are listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back at Arthur Ashe Stadium for the second of two semifinals on this U.S. Open second week Thursday. Russ Taylor, Sophie Amiak on the call. Nick McCarville courtside. Karolina Muchova won the first set going away in 28 minutes. Jessica Pegula won a marathon 55-minute second set and now has taken a 3-love lead in the third. The American now in her first ever Grand Slam semifinal, 3 games away from her first ever major final, where she would face Aryna Sabalenka, who won in straight sets over Emma Navarro of the United States in our first semifinal at Arthur Ashe Stadium. This is Karolina Muchova serving in the far court, love 3 in the third. First serve is an ace. First of the set, fourth of the match, much needed for 15 love.
You say three games away, it's an eternity,
yes,
just so you know.
It is. Halfway, but
never want to
way.
look at it that way as a player, only as a journalist, only as a commentator.
Muchova, 15 love, kicks the first serve to the Jessie backhand. Pegula, short cross court on the backhand, goes back to the backhand. Muchova slices back. Now Jessie Pegula slices it to the Muchova backhand. Now comes over the top. A slice down the line to the forehand of Pegula, and she raises it up high, and then another forehand deep from Muchova, but a great defensive forehand from Pegula to get back to neutral, and Muchova misses the forehand long. Defense turns into the error from Muchova.
Well, she's, being so steady right now, Jessica Pegula. That is paying dividends.
15 all. Muchova takes a deep breath before this first serve. This feels like a must-have game for Karolina Muchova. Obviously it's not, because she's only down 3-love, but momentum is clearly on the side of the American. Big first serve down the tee, short reply. Muchova moves quickly forward, knocks off an overhead, and it's 30-15.
Yeah, you got to give a little bit of credit to Muchova. Just the mere fact that she has played 16 matches so far in this season because of the injury, and Pegula obviously a little bit more tired, played 46 matches. She's 35-11, and Muchova 12-4 right now. She was 7-4 coming into the U.S. Open. Muchova
also tells you about how high her skill level is to be able to get to a semifinal of a major without much match play at all this year. Muchova first serve down the tee, forces the return error, and game points to get on the board in the third for Karolina Muchova.
Yeah, she needs this desperately, Muchova.
An incredibly fun player to watch tennis, Karolina Muchova. She uses all the spins in all of the court, back court and front court alike. And she's got 40-15, love 3 in the third. Big first serve down the tee, swinging volley into the open court, and Karolina Muchova is on the board. She holds at 15. Jessica Pegula leads 3-1, and she'll take the ball to serve.
That was 5 games in a row for Pegula, finally able to get a game on the scoreboard for Muchova. Still a long way to go for both players. Of course, obviously a lot longer for Muchova.
So now Jessica Pegula up 3-1, third set. First serve to Karolina Muchova. Pegula in the near court, serving out wide to the forehand, now inside out to the open court. Pegula moves forward, but Muchova nets the backhand, and it's 15-love. Little serve +1.
She's just refusing to lose a point coming forward. Pegula 4 for 4 in this set. It's working like magic.
Jessica Pegula, who looked so out of sorts in the first set, didn't let her demeanor crack very much at all. First serve down the tee. Now a slice backhand to the forehand of Muchova. Now topspin backhand to the forehand of Muchova. Deep backhand. Now a slice drop shot from Muchova. In comes Pegula to the net. Jessica's got a forehand in the forecourt, forcing the error from Muchova, and it's 30-love.
This is starting to be a bit awkward for Muchova in the point and the way she is deciding to hit some of those shots. The drop shot was kind of a weird one. She got pushed back. I mean, she is a little bit herself, kind of like losing really a moto and, you know, trying to find out, mojo, I should say, trying to find out what she should be doing right now.
First serve is good. So is the reply. Forehand cross court from Pegula has Muchova on the run, and her forehand sails long. 40-love for a 3-1 lead in the third set for Jessica Pegula for a 4-1 lead. She leads 3-1 now. One more point, and it'll be 4-1. First serve at 40-love into the backhand of Muchova. Muchova hits it clean and about as well as you can off the back of the baseline for a clean winner. That's a beauty. It's 1 point. It's still 40-15.
This felt like a cost point, 50-50. I'm going to go for it no matter what. Let's see what happens. She got a little lucky, and even Jessica Pegula is laughing, applauding the shot.
She definitely gave the racket tap. 40-15. First serve is wide. Second serve coming now at 40-15. Still game point for 3-1 in the third for Jessica Pegula. Backhand return to the backhand of Pegula. Now back down the middle. Slice reply from Muchova and a slice forehand from Pegula. Now a slice deep and a reply down the line from Pegula, deep and hard. Short angle into the net comes Muchova. Topspin lob from Pegula. Terrific athletic hook overhead. Short reply winner from Muchova. It's 40-30, and those athletic displays return for Muchova.
Yeah, both of them actually. I mean, the movement is so good from both players, and especially Muchova reaching for that lob that was so well done, and Pegula could not get to it. Never game point saved for Muchova.
Still 40-30 for Pegula, and a first serve to the forehand of Muchova. Forehand into the open court has Muchova on the run. She throws up a defensive lob. Pegula swinging volley, a second defensive lob, pushes Pegula back towards the baseline, and she'll reset with a forehand and come into the net on an approach. Forehand volley cross court's good. Muchova, a little angle, fluttered, forehand cross, and the pass is good. It's deuce.
Well, I tell you, that down the line backhand now is meaning a return is a lot of meaning when you think about how close it was at 40-love for Pegula when she hit the mark right on the line and then hit two more winners in that game to come back to 40-all. What an effort and the fist pump from Muchova.
Muchova has raised her level incredibly here. And Jessica Pegula, who had multiple points for a 4-1 lead, is now throwing up a second serve at deuce, leading 3-1 in the third. Kick serve to the forehand of Muchova, inside out. Muchova comes into the net off it. Now a slice backhand. Pegula throws up a defensive lob over the backhand of Muchova, who runs back, throws up a lob of her own, chasing it down. Pegula inside out to the backhand, another defensive lob from Muchova, and they'll have to reset Pegula from the back of the court. Muchova to the forehand of Pegula. Forehand deep to the forehand corner. Pegula goes down the line. Now a short slice from Muchova. A slice approach from Pegula, and an unbelievable slice backhand cross-court winner from Karolina Muchova. She did it on the forehand, she did it on the backhand, and she has a break point to get back on serve in the third.
This is 4 winners in a row, from being 40-love for Pegula Muchova hit 4 winners in a row. This is crazy throughout all this exchange. And Pegula cannot just, I don't think she can do is laugh. It is just too good.
Insane tennis from Muchova. And now she's got a break point. Jessica Pegula from 40 love to go up 4-1 in the third. Now facing a break point that would put this set back on serve. Into the forehand, reply deep to the backhand corner of Pegula. Now a forehand inside out, Muchova misses.
Wow.
And after 4 straight winners, Muchova finally gives Pegula a little bit of relief.
Stops that rot, but oh boy, what a comeback in that game. And there's nothing that Pegula did wrong, so just have to keep at it.
Tension rising on Arthur Ashe Stadium. 5.5 minutes into this service game, it's deuce. And a beautiful first serve out wide from Jessica Pegula forces the wide return, and Pegula will have a 4th opportunity to take a 4-1 lead in the third.
Just have felt in those last few points that Jess was a little tentative, especially on those overhead balls. So I think that serve is huge for her there, Russ.
Game point now. First serve from Pegula out wide to the backhand, and Muchova. A beautiful first serve from Jessica Pegula, and she does get the game win, and she does take a 4-1 lead in the third in this U.S. Open singles semifinal.
Absolutely crazy. This game alone, I cannot believe, how well Muchova played those 4 points to come back into that game, and how steady and how great the serve was for Pegula to close that one out here and lead 4-1 in this final set. This is 1 hour and 51 minutes. I tell you, pretty amazing.
Nick, what's it like watching Muchova, even though Muchova didn't win that game?
Yeah.
But what's it like watching Muchova sort of in full flight from that close?
Oh my God, it's amazing. Jill Krabus and I have turned to each other a few times and just been like, wow. And that was, I don't know how it felt calling it, but it did feel like shades of Muchova from the first set in that last game. It felt like if she was going to win that game, it would have been 2-3. The dynamic just would have been so different. That's how it felt on the court. And I said to you, Russ, before that last point that Jess won, is she needed those last 2 serves. I felt like she got a little bit tentative off the ground. And then especially on those overheads, I just didn't think she was accelerating too much off of them. But Pegula maintains that control. And there has been a little bit of that frustration. I don't know if you guys have seen it through the screen, but Muchova, exhaling and rolling her eyes a couple times. This has been frustrating for her.
Yeah, don't you think that the lack of match play and probably to that level maybe, is the reason that Muchova is not really, it's just, you gotta look at it with what happened throughout the year. And
could be, but she's looked amazing throughout this tournament.
I
Hadn't
agree.
lost a set till the second set of this match here, but she's serving at 1-4 in the third. Muchova first serve down the tee. It's a clean ace.
But she hasn't been really pushed throughout the this tournament. But when you think of it, didn't have that many match play of that caliber, except in Cincinnati when they played already with that 3-setter. She only had that 1 3-setter. I think she's 1 and 2 on 3-setters actually won. So lost 2 of them throughout the season.
15 love. Muchova's first serve down the tee to the forehand of Pegula. Slice forehand to the middle of the court from Muchova. Now Pegula rolls one to the backhand of Muchova, who goes back to the forehand of Pegula. Inside out to the backhand with a deep slice. Now Pegula goes hard cross-court into the forehand of Muchova, forcing the error, and it's 15 all.
And just to tie a bow, Sophie, on what you were talking about, is Pegula missed most of the clay season. She was injured, missed the whole spring, and she's talked about this U.S. Open. That's actually helped her feel fresh during this U.S. Open, is taking 2 months away from tour.
15 all. Muchova bouncing and bouncing and bouncing and ready for the first serve to come. Here we go. First serve down the tee is long. That last service hold from Jessica Pegula, giving her a 4-1 lead, puts all the pressure on Karolina Muchova now. Second serve at 15 all, 1-4 in the third. Inside out on the backhand return, it's long from Jessica Pegula. That slicing second serve got inside the defenses of Pegula, and she couldn't control the return. And it's 30-15. Muchova takes an extra split second now and looks up. It is eerily quiet right now at Arthur Ashe Stadium. They know they can feel the gravity of the moment here. 30-15 at 1-4 in the third. Jessica Pegula into her first major semifinal after 6 unsuccessful tries. Return deep down the middle to the forehand of Muchova. Now Pegula goes deep cross court, has Muchova on the run, moves forward and goes back behind Muchova with a swinging backhand volley, and it's 30-all.
She's been just so good coming forward to the net in this set, and the usage really of that forehand cross court is really what's giving her the opportunity to win points. It's so deep and it's so heavy.
1-4, 30-all. Massive point for Karolina Muchova right here. Jessica Pegula waits about 1 step, about 1.5 feet behind the baseline, and a massive first serve down the tee. An ace for Muchova gives her a game point.
112 miles per hour, which is the fastest serve of the night, by the way, for Muchova. Good timing to do it at 30-all here.
Game point now for 2-4 in the third for Karolina Muchova. In the near court, Muchova tosses up, serve is into the net. Second serve coming at 40-30, 1-4. Kicker to the backhand of Pegula, down the middle to the forehand of Muchova. Clips the top of the tape but keeps going. Now Pegula backhand to the backhand of Muchova, who slices to the forehand side, who goes right back to the backhand of Muchova. Now forehand to forehand, deep one from Pegula, catches the line. Inside out to the backhand, slice from Muchova, forces the slice reply from Pegula. Now Pegula, forehand down the line. Muchova rips a backhand, clean winner, and takes the game for 2-4.
Yeah, and that's another point, just more like what she did in the first set, where she was so steady and mixing up a variation of spin, height, acceleration, and that last backhand was right in the corner. Absolutely beautiful.
And a composed fist pump from Karolina Muchova, who's trying to keep her emotions in check, as Pegula now steps to the line to serve at 4-2. Remember, she had 40 love in her last service game and really had to fight to hold. Fended off a break point eventually, in fact.
She did. We could have been at 3-all here. That's how big that was, that serve.
This is a big game here at 4-2. Pegula into the backhand of Muchova. Now cross-court backhand moving forward is Muchova. A terrific reply from Pegula goes to the feet of Muchova, and she could do nothing but push the backhand long, and it's 15 love.
Yeah, that was a great get. That slice really digging really low from the racket of Pegula.
15 love. First serve. Pegula in the far court, kicking it out to the backhand of Muchova. Deep reply to the backhand of Pegula. Now a forehand whipped long from Karolina Muchova. Another error as Muchova exhales, looks to the sky. Can't believe she just missed that forehand. It's 30 love. That's the first really, and Nick mentioned it a little bit before, but that's the first real look of, I can't believe I just did that. Pegula's first serve to the forehand of Muchova, and another forehand error. It's 40 love again.
Look, I would be tempted to go to a tighter racket right now for Muchova. The way she's missing, it's not by much, but it's deep.
She just knocked on her strings too, Muchova.
Oh, she did?
Game point for Pegula. First serve to the forehand of Muchova. Down the middle, the reply is good. Another forehand to the backhand now. Pegula slice backhand and a slice reply down the line from Pegula. Short, making Muchova whip it to the forehand of Jessie Pegula, who nets a forehand of her own. It's 40-15. And we're not counting any chickens this time because we know what happened in the last service game.
Not again. She's pointing to her head towards her coach, Muchova.
So 40-15, another point for 5-2. Jessie Pegula tries to go down the tee and hits it into the net. Second serve coming. Muchova moves forward, takes the backhand inside out, putting Pegula on the run, but a great defensive lob as Muchova was moving forward, and they'll have to reset. Now they're at the baseline going forehand to forehand, though Jessie tries to change direction down the line and blows that forehand long. It's 40-30.
And Nick, didn't it look like she almost like fell on the court when she backed off from that lob, Muchova?
I didn't see that.
She looked like she was a little bit off balance.
Perhaps.
Yeah, but good on
Huge
her to
point here
retrieve, and
for
yep,
Jessie.
40-30 now.
Another point for 5-2. First serve at 40-30 down the tee. Muchova replies in the middle of the court. Jessie's coming in inside out to the backhand. Defensive lob from Muchova. Hits the baseline and they'll reset. Muchova forehand down the line. Jessie's got to run. Rushes it cross court. Now they're going cross court and down the line. And Pegula nets a backhand. And for the second straight service game, Jessie Pegula goes from 40-love up to deuce.
Pegula cannot believe that that lob dropped in.
Yeah.
Cannot believe it.
Unbelievable defensive skills from Muchova, from both of them. But on this point, Muchova, I'm going to give her a 10 for sure on that one.
Deuce now from 40-love at 4-2 for Pegula. First serve to the forehand of Muchova, and it was two big first serves that got Pegula out of her last service game. She could use another one here. That was a big one at deuce. She'll have a first serve with an ad now and a third chance to take a 5-2 lead in the third set of this second women's semifinal at the 2024 US Open. Aryna Sabalenka awaits the winner of this match between Jessica Pegula and Karolina Muchova. Muchova won the first, Pegula the second, and she leads 4-2 with an add-in in the third. And a big first serve in the back of the service line is in. Muchova, forehand to the backhand in the middle of the court of Pegula. Backhand down the line from Muchova is too much for Pegula to handle, and it's deuce.
That is absolutely exquisite. I mean, there's so much tension, fatigue, nerves, everything you can think of between those two players. One who already achieved to get into a final of a major, the other one trying to do this for the first time. Oh, big stakes.
Deuce again. First serve clips the top of the net. Muchova will stand in and look at a Pegula second serve. Jessie serving at 4-2 deuce to the backhand of Muchova. Return to the forehand of Pegula. Muchova goes to the backhand of Pegula in cross court. Slice backhand now from Muchova. Pegula rolls a forehand to the forehand, now a forehand to the backhand. Another slice reply from Muchova. Another flat forehand to the forehand of Muchova as Muchova running and further off the court. And Pegula now opens the court and rolls it to the backhand side. Beautifully constructed point from Jessica Pegula, and she's got another game point.
And it's again that unbelievable, impeccable forehand cross courts deep with such heaviness. The two of them in this point that really made the difference and opened the court for Pegula to go cross court the backhand and finally win the points, forcing the error.
Game point again for Jessica Pegula. First serve down the tee is just wide. Second serve coming. Add in at 4-2 in the third for Jessica Pegula. Kick serve that Muchova takes inside out with a forehand. Pegula can get a racket on it, but can't do anything with it. And we're back to deuce.
Are you serious? The amount of risk that she took, and it was paying off, going around the ball and just going all out with that inside out forehand. That is so good.
Back to deuce we go. Game time running past 6 minutes. First serve from Pegula off the top of the net and in. So they'll start again. Jessica Pegula tosses up. First serve to the backhand of Muchova. Now to the forehand of Muchova. Forehand down the line to the backhand of Muchova, who hits it hard cross court. Reply from Pegula the same. Cross court to the backhand, and again cross court flat and hard to the backhand. Now a drop shot from Pegula is into the net this time. And Muchova's got a break point.
Yeah, there's definitely fatigue coming along on the legs of both of these players right now. Maybe a bailout, that drop shot, just because of the length of the rally.
And let's remember, even though Jessica Pegula closed out Iga Swiatek in straight sets last night in the quarterfinals, she was very nervous in that last game to close it out. Perhaps some nerves are starting to set in. Up 4-2 and now facing a break point. Muchova's got to look at a second serve again. Remember, she had a clean forehand return winner on the last second serve return on the ad side. Here it comes again. This time it goes to the backhand of Muchova. The reply is deep to the backhand of Pegula. Now a chip forehand down the middle from Muchova and a chip backhand into the net from Muchova. Jessica Pegula hangs in there as Muchova tosses her racket high in the air out of frustration and then catches it before it hits the ground. But the grimace on her face tells you exactly how she feels about what happened at that point.
She just cannot believe it. Again, a little bit too far from that ball. It feels like she was extending her arm on the slice. What a game this is.
Deuce. First serve, just wide.
It was a good racket toss, though, guys.
I know, good catch, too.
Great catch, yeah. From
I know, the Olympics, you know,
9.9.
there's the baton.
Second serve, big forehand return from Muchova. Here she comes, slice approach into the net. Jessica Pegula hitting balls low and hard at the forehand volley. Beautifully done by Jessica Pegula. Not a pass, but a forced error.
But that's the tactic she's been using. She's not going for a pass as she figured that Muchova is so much better with reaching than when the ball comes right at her. And oh boy, did that work again.
8+ minutes in, Jessica Pegula has yet another chance to go up 5-2. First serve, add in at 4-2. Off the top of the net, it's a let. They'll start again. Almost hard to overstate how many opportunities Jessica Pegula has had to take a 5-2 lead in the third. Remember, she was up 40-love in this service game. She's fended off break points. She's got another game point for 5-2. First serve is long. Second serve now coming. 2 hours and 7 minutes in. Jessica Pegula up 4-2 in the third. Second serve on add in. And Muchova blows a backhand return long. And Jessica Pegula, it's a great effort, but she is a game away from the U.S. Open final, leading 5-2 in the third. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Deep in set number 3, semifinal number 2. Russ Taylor, Sophie Amiak on the call on U.S. Open Radio. Nick McCarville courtside as Karolina Muchova, who took the first set 6-1. Jessica Pegula the second 6-4. Muchova serving to stay in this match at 2-5 in the third. Thanks so much for watching along on usopen.org and the US Open app, or on our YouTube channel, TuneIn Radio, or Sirius XM. First serve down the tee is good. Pegula's reply in the middle is good. Here comes Muchova moving in. Forehand volley cross court. Pegula defensive lob. Muchova nets the overhead, and it's love 15.
Can you believe this? You know, like we said, this is what tennis is all about. It's never over until it's over. What a comeback. And if Pegula comes through in this match, I tell you, wow, I mean, incredible. Incredible.
Karolina Muchova, love 15, add court, taking an extra breath. First serve is on the way. Kicker to the backhand of Pegula, deep to the backhand of Muchova. Now forehand to forehand from Pegula. Now down the line from Pegula, slice reply from Muchova. Pegula rolls it to the backhand of Muchova, goes down the line to the forehand of Pegula, deep to the forehand of Muchova. Now Pegula goes back to the forehand of Muchova, back to the forehand again. Now down the line, Pegula changes direction, and the slice backhand from Muchova is into the net, and it's love 30.
From being MIA for a set and a half to now refusing to miss. This is what Pegula has been doing now in this last set. This is in this last set, well, let's say those last 2 sets, coming back from nowhere.
Love 30 at 2-5 in the third. Jessica Pegula 2 points away from a U.S. Open final. First serve from Karolina Muchova, down the tee and long. Jessica Pegula stepping way up, right on the baseline. She'll take another step in as Muchova makes the toss. And away we go. Second serve from Muchova. Pegula takes the backhand inside out to the forehand of Muchova, chips into the middle of the court short. Pegula moves in a forehand. Now a defensive lob from Muchova over the head of Pegula, but too long, and it's match point for Jessica Pegula at love 40.
This place is going wild.
Thank you.
Match point, Jessica Pegula to go where she has never gone before. Muchova's first serve, wide.
Please.
She has doubled in critical moments before. Muchova's got a second serve at love 40. Match point number 1 for Jessica Pegula. The serve is good, the return is good. Now Pegula's forehand to the forehand of Muchova. A forehand looking for the line from Pegula, clips the tape, and it's 15-40 and a little bit of a wry smile from Jessica Pegula. A look to her box.
Well, she's so down to earth. She knows exactly what's going on here. She knows how big this is. She can't believe she missed that forehand so badly.
Match point number 2. It's 15-40. Here comes Karolina Muchova. First serve at 15-40, 2-5 in the third. First serve is down the tee, but out long. Second serve coming. Match point again for Pegula. The American steps inside the baseline to take the second serve as early as she can. 2 hours and 12 minutes in. The return forehand to the middle of the court. Forehand from Muchova is wide. It's wide. And Jessica Pegula raises her arms and says yes, because she is in to the U.S. Open final.
Big embrace at the net, the two of them. Absolutely amazing comeback from Jessica Pegula. And the smiles and the arms up, and the racket is now thrown in the air, and thanking the crowd. Wow, what a match that was. What an effort. I mean, she has only done this 5 times coming back in the Grand Slams for a set down. That's pretty amazing.
It took 7 tries for Jessica Pegula to get past the final 8 at a major. In her first attempt, Jessica Pegula didn't really post for the first set. 6-1 in 28 minutes. She looked listless, she looked lost, she looked nervous. That all changed somewhere midway through the second set, and from then on, it was all Jessica Pegula, who is into the U.S. Open final to face Aryna Sabalenka on Saturday at the U.S. Open.
Unbelievable, unbelievable, as Muchova is leaving the court, thanking the crowd. What a comeback for the American. What a thrill, what a match. Oh, wow. I'm speechless in so many ways, but, you know, for me to be speechless, it takes a really a lot.
Well, we're going to hear some speeches soon, because I'm sure we're going to hear Jessica Pegula with Renee Stubbs. Let's listen in.
Through to your first ever major final. So many questions. What were you thinking? A set, 2-love, break point down. You hit that absolutely amazing slice forehand, and she missed that volley. What went through your mind after that point?
I was thinking, all right, that was kind of lucky. Like, try. Like, you're still in this. And it comes down to really small moments that flip momentum. And I came out flat, but she was playing unbelievable. I mean, she made me look like a beginner. I was like about to like burst into tears because it was embarrassing. Like, she was destroying me. And I was able to just hold into that game. And I was able to find a way, find some adrenaline, find my legs, and then at the end of the second set into the third set, I started to play like how I wanted to play, and it just, it took a while, but I don't know how I turned that around, honestly.
We saw you after the second set when she went off the court. You went over to the boys from the Bahamas over there, your coaching crew. What did they tell you in that time that you went over there?
Yeah, they were telling me to mix up the serve a little bit, keep mixing up the spins and keeping her guessing, a few kicks out wide maybe to her backhand, and to just play her backhand maybe a little bit more. You know, she was getting that backhand down the line really well, just to cover that a little bit more. It was just a few other things. I mean, it wasn't anything different. I started to kind of do it at the end of the second, but I think I was really able to hone in on a couple of those things really early, and you know, also just compete and use my legs and try and think clearly out there.
So your sister's in the box there. Your dad's also here. He doesn't sit in the box. He's some random spot here in the stadium. Oh, there he is, up on the big screen. And your mom, I know, is at home. What does it mean to you to have your family all here supporting you? And what does that mean for you to be in your first final of a Grand Slam at the US Open?
I mean, it's amazing. I have my brother there, my sister there. On the screen was my dad, my brother-in-law, lots of friends, lots of family, all scattered around. Obviously my husband, sorry.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him.
He's not even standing up, he doesn't want to be seen. But yeah, I have so much family here, and they've been here watching a lot of my matches, so to still be here and have them still here supporting me is crazy. I'm glad that they're able to share this moment with me.
Okay, so next we know your next opponent is Aryna Sabalenka. Give me your thoughts on playing her and just what this means to you to finally be in a major final.
I mean, first of all, I'm just happy I was able to turn this match around on such a big stage and figure it out. But two, yeah, playing Aryna is going to be really tough. I mean, she showed how tough she is and why she's probably the favorite to win this tournament. It'll be a rematch of Cincinnati, so hopefully I can get some revenge out here. But happy to have a day off. Yeah. It's kind of crazy that we're playing each other again in the finals, but I think it just shows how you know, how much great court tennis we've been playing, and she's going to be obviously tough to beat, but you know, that's what the finals are for, so I'm ready.
Jessica, this was one of the most phenomenal turnarounds in your biggest match of your career. I've said it all week. She takes the subway. She was born in New York. Through to her first major final, Jessica Pegula.
Nick, what was it like experiencing that from down low as Jessica Pegula signs the balls that she'll hit into the stands?
Yeah, you're going to hear people get loud for a little autograph. Russ, what a great match, what a great turnaround. I thought that was well said by Renee Stubbs, but Jess Pegula has worked her whole career for this, and to see her do it in front of the home crowd, I think, as Russ, you and I are Americans, and Sophie, I know you respect. You know what it's like
I'm
for
American
these.
too.
Well, yes, you are. Well, I guess I feel like I'm a little bit at loss for words because she did turn that match around, and she said it, Russ. Actually, I thought she said it best. Is that at the end of the second set, she finally got to play the tennis that she wanted, and it took her that long to settle into her first major semifinal, and now she's a finalist. She's got a huge smile on her face after she autographed those tennis balls, and she got to do it her way, Sophie, as we said she needed to midway through that second set. And she's going to give Sabalenka everything she can handle. What a cool moment tonight, too. We didn't want the Americans, well, I'm biased, I'll say it, we didn't want the Americans to go 0-2. And Navarro played so well against Sabalenka, and Jess Pegula was able to come out with a win. She's going to play the final on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. That was great to have you courtside.
Thanks, guys.
As always,
Thanks. What a joy.
Nick.
Thank you, Nick.
The one thing, you know, I remember this one interview, on-court interview of Jessica Pegula in a tournament on WTA tour with Andrew Krasny, and Andrew said, you know, how do you, you know, she came back from a match and said, how do you do it? And she basically looked at him and said, I'm tough. I'm tough. And she said that twice, and everybody were like, well, yeah, you are tough, and this is exactly what she's shown tonight. She is a tough cookie out there, and the fact that she was able to turn this match around with the way she was playing and feeling, which, as she mentioned, felt like she was basically having, Muchova giving her a clinic out there, and be embarrassed of being out there. I think it's probably one of the biggest win right there, because it's great to win 1-1. You're like, oh, fantastic. But when you come back from a match where you have absolutely no business winning, I mean, it is so much better and a better feel in your mind, in your body. It's amazing.
Jessica Pegula has taken the long road to the top. We've mentioned many times 0-6 in major quarterfinals before her win over Iga Swiatek last night, the world #1, to get into the semifinals. She also dealt with major hip injury and surgery earlier in her career that really delayed the start of her rise, which didn't really come until 2019 when she picked up that win in DC and started rolling. Now, at the age of 30, Jessica Pegula is fully formed as an athlete and as a competitor, and we kind of saw it all on this night. The nerves of someone who was there for the first time, the maturity of someone who's been through the battles, and the grit of someone who refused to let her nerves or her opponent overtake her. Jessica Pegula has earned her way into the 2024 U.S. Open Final. Sophie Amiak, it has been an absolute pleasure and an honor to be calling tennis matches with you at the 2024 U.S. Open. Thank you all so much for watching us on the live stream each and every day. The numbers keep getting bigger and bigger on our YouTube channel, on usopen.org and the U.S. Open app, TuneIn, and SiriusXM. For Sophie Amiak and Nick McCarville, who was courtside tonight at Arthur Ashe Stadium, I'm Russ Thaler. For all of us here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, I'm Russ Thaler. Thank you so much. This is my final goodbye, but not our final goodbye.
Oh, no, we're going to be here tomorrow. Sorry to see you go, though.
My colleagues will be back here bringing you the best coverage and the best radio calls. Mike Cation is going to be your guy bringing some big matches. Oh, my goodness, we got an all-American men's semifinal tomorrow night. It's men's semifinal Friday. Yannick Sinner is up first, the world #1 in the semifinals, and then we're going to see Big Foe and Taylor Fritz tomorrow night. Should be a whole lot of fun, but it's time for us to say good night as everybody files out of the National Tennis Center. We say goodbye. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Second serve coming. Match point again for Pegula. The American steps inside the baseline to take the second serve as early as she can. 2 hours and 12 minutes in. The return forehand to the middle of the court. Forehand from Muchova is wide. It's wide. And Jessica Pegula raises her arms and says yes, because she is in to the U.S. Open Final.
Big embrace at the net, the two of them. Absolutely amazing comeback from Jessica Pegula.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.